Is stream starting or ending? There's like some serious reading comprehension problems in the Discord that I just gotta acknowledge real quick. It says starting soon right there. And then in the challenge description, I had to say like 5 times that I'm only accepting the reference photo. I'm only gonna critique the reference photos that are from the challenge announcement, like every other challenge. And people still submitted completely different drawings. What is going on? We have a literacy crisis in chat. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Jake Don't Draw live stream experience. It's so good to be back. We are so back edition. TM, TM, TM. I got a little bit of tea here. We're going to be doing some crits here. Let me get I got to pause my own face in my corner of my eye. We got about 55 or so submissions, I think, give or take. Yeah, about 55, maybe like 53 submissions or so. They're looking real good. We're going to go over these today. We'll see how far we can get. I'll try to get through. Well, I'll get through all the big groupings of people. I don't think every single person is going to get an individual critique because I'm only human. Let me say hi to chat real quick. What's up, Gray? And Deer Madness and Summit. I saw our Q up there. Krista, Sam's, Emily. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Guys, it's been too long, and I really do want to... I don't know. I shouldn't say things anymore. Who's in favor of me not saying things anymore? Because it might be more accurate if I don't say things. I do. I really do miss streaming, and especially the past few months, I have missed just streaming, getting to talk to all of you. Because it's a lot of fun. I get to talk about a lot of cool stuff. I think the reason why I haven't streamed are a lot of the reasons that I talked about in my year-end video. So it's been, as I'm maybe feeling a little bit better about some art stuff, maybe get some streams in there. I'm just not one of those cool Korean artists that just sits down for 6 hours and just draws 500 amazing drawings. They're like, okay, that's my stream. I just want to see Jake stare at art for an hour, to be quite honest. I mean, that's what critiquing is. So you'll get both at the same time. Don't worry. I did a drawing, but only 2 hours. I didn't submit it. It's okay. 2 hours isn't bad. I don't mind. Not everyone here has got 12 hours to spend on stuff. I mean, 12 hours in 2 weeks isn't that hard. But if you want to submit, you can submit whatever. I'm probably going to stop checking the chat now. Because, again, along with the literacy crisis, there was 10 people who submitted within the last 5 minutes. And I did get you in. I was being nice. I started prepping 2 hours ago. I do want to say a couple things before I get started here, and then I'll critique. Oh, there's a Discord watch along in the VC. Wait, let me join. Oh, it's not hooked up to my audio. You won't be able to hear. I joined my own watch stream, and we can all sit and watch myself. Yeah, I do want to just say before I get started here, because I always see this discussion, and maybe it's only tangentially related to the literacy crisis going on, but I always see this discussion in the Discord. I think it was Mr. Hevo. We love our Hevo, who said, "Do we gotta draw this Tarzan ass MFer, this caveman ass guy?" There's always some guy yapping in your ear. Drawing's always so great until someone tells you that your reference photo sucks. There's always some Discord motherfucker yapping in your ear telling you that the reference photo isn't good enough for them. And to be honest, it never is. You're never gonna find a reference photo that's literally perfect. I mean, maybe sometimes. Certainly not for everyone. But also, it kind of gets into the discussion, which I saw a few other people talking about, of whether or not they want to do it in a stylized way, or how to approach these things if they're not a realist artist, or if their end goal with art isn't realism. And I think that's a much more interesting conversation. Because, one, I don't really care if you guys want to make this furry. I just won't really have a lot of good suggestions for you because I don't know how to draw furries. Unfortunately, I know there's a lot of closet AOE fanfics of me out there, but none of them are true. I don't know how to do that, and you can do it. We had an anime style submission. I mean, I can critique that sort of stuff because it's like the same thing but just simplified. For the most part, other than like, eyes and stuff like that. I don't know how to draw anime eyes, but I might learn soon. I think that there's a little bit of a misconception about what is the purpose of realism and what is the purpose of drawing, though, because especially with academic drawing, and I think this is a point that I've been slowly getting at more and more all year, is people tend to fetishize the icon of academic drawing or the icon of academic work more than they remember what academic work represents, right? And like academic work doesn't really actually have that much of a definition. It's just like whatever helps you study and learn or whatever you're doing for the purpose of learning, normally associated with some school or the Jake Don't Draw sweatshop, either way. But at the end of the day, there's no like defined academic style. It changes like every 20 years. We have a different academic style right now than we did in the 19th century. And it was very different depending on which country you're from in the 19th century as well. So like there is no such thing as like one realist style or one realist academic style. And like the reason why I do all the 19th century cool stuff isn't because I just I do like the figures, they're cool looking, but it's because the people that came out of that school all went and did like crazy, vastly different things. There are people that went on to become like political cartoonists, or people that did a ton of fantasy illustration. And then you like a generation or two later, you have like the Cornwells and the Leyendeckers and Mage Schaefer, all the Golden Age illustrators. They normally have some sort of tie back to the École and the French trainings. The point is that we just so happen to live within the real world, so that's why realism is relevant. That's it, right? Like, there's no other reason. If we didn't live in the real world, then realism wouldn't be all that relevant. But we study the real world because that's all we have to get ideas from. But those ideas can be used for anything, right? So, like, the end goal isn't realism, and really there kind of is no such thing as, like, pure realism, again, or pure academic style, because you're always making some sort of simplification when you're drawing on a piece of paper, because we're not drawing the molecular structure of things. So, the reason why we do this is just to have like a workspace, a place that we can experiment with ideas, like have a playground to try new stuff and have fun, and also to like refine and cultivate our tastes and to cultivate our ability to express our ideas. Because there are like some things that have to be fundamental at some level. What those are exactly gets debated over a lot. Man, the literacy crisis was just me. All right, sorry, I'm faded as hell. All right, that's good. Yo, what's up, Arthur? I was just at the Eden symposium, as a tattoo conference symposium. Well, I wasn't just. It was like 3 weeks ago now, which is crazy. But I got to give a little presentation on academic drawing and the purpose and point of drawing, which is a lot of the same stuff I just said to you guys now. But I honestly get to go a little bit more in depth here, of course. And it really inspired me talking to a bunch of tattoo artists, and just getting to talk in front of 200 people about realism and the point of drawing, and to like give everyone a reason why they should draw, because most people, they just put stuff in Procreate and trace it or copy it nowadays. It's given me a lot of confidence and like excitedness, and also like I went home and immediately made a figure challenge because it was really and I'm not even gonna lie, I fucking inspired myself, dude. I was like so happy, and I had so much fun getting to talk about all this stuff up on stage. I was like, God, I gotta get home and make a charcoal figure drawing. It's been like 3 months since I did the last one. I'm at a real Mage Schaefer time in my life right now. Yeah, we're all feeling a little Schaefer lately. I've been feeling a little Cornwell right now. All right. So let's just jump right into it. I'm sure it's been like 15 minutes, so 12 minutes. That's not that bad for me. Normally I go for like 30. Oh shit, I'm supposed to. Dude, I'm so sorry. I'm supposed to post this. Let me just send out the notification. Dude, there is one person in the fucking Discord you're not watching right now. I don't think you've ever sent a message. Named Drawing Flowers. That's their Discord name. So every time I try to do @Drawing Challenge Club, I hit their name and it pisses me off. I'm gonna ban you. I'm gonna ban you. Fuck, where's my phone? I gotta post. Let me just scroll a few reels, guys. It's been like 10 minutes since I scrolled, so just need to get like one more hit before we get going. Took a month-long break and you had to practice to draw as good as before. Yeah, I mean it happens. You know, also you can take breaks and like come back and improve. I mean, like normally the technical things, like your draftsmanship, your ability to like pull specific lines, normally that stuff like always gets a little bit worse. But your like big ideas and your ability to see values or understand how to like simplify things, if you've been thinking about art or working on some tangentially related things, oftentimes that improves. I hadn't drawn a charcoal figure in 3 months before I did this. I'll show you guys my drawing right in just a second. As soon as I post this, I'm really close, guys. I'm a certified poster. Should we run a round of a high pixel build challenge after these crits, guys? If I have enough energy. Who's up? Who's up for it? Who wants to play with Fat Clouds every day 420? Ironic username, by the way. All right, we got some yeses. We got some heart spams in chat. All right, welcome in, everybody. I actually posted. Go back 12 minutes, listen at 5x speed, and then catch up to the crits that are starting now. I meant to, I just said I spoke a lot of knowledge, but it was only for the real ones who got notifications on and were here right away. Gloves on. Let's get drawing. Let's get drawing, everyone. I wonder if there's a way that I can butcher the word painting. I need to get like an R into the middle of the word painting somehow. Let's do a little music switch up. I kind of want to keep the energy though, actually. I hate that everyone tells me I'm using virtual music or whatever his name is, or the speedrun guy music. Because I've been messing with home since before these speedrunners were born, all right? When I try to participate in the Discord challenge, I get scared and compare myself. Really, there's like a full range of skills in these challenges. Like, there's complete beginners. Even if you're a complete beginner and you think somebody is like way better than you, who is also like, I don't know, a beginner. The skill curve for drawing. Maybe I should draw this. All right, like the skill. How do I want to graph this out? Drawing, like, I need to. I'm using Oksana's brushes. She's in the Discord. She's a pro brush maker. So this has to be time, right? And then this is like skill. Or I'll label it with different color lines. So learning to draw, like everyone like expects it to be like this. But there's a graph of how this is drawn out. Generally, like, you're gonna maybe perceive yourself very poorly or very well at the beginning. It doesn't matter. You're gonna go down really, really hard as soon as you learn some stuff. And then learning to draw feels very much so like this, right? Where as you learn more, you go through periods of feeling like you've figured a ton of stuff out and you feel really, really good. Maybe this is skill. Guys, I need more. This needs to be like a 3-dimensional graph. I don't have enough axes for this. As you start to learn stuff, you realize how much knowledge is out there, and you actually have to put in work in order to learn how to draw. You actually have to learn theory. And when you try to do that stuff, it's going to be horrible, and you're going to feel like the worst artist in the world, and you're not going to be able to actually put any of that knowledge to good use. Like, you're going to learn how to draw boxes, but then I'm going to ask you to draw a figure, and you're like, oh, where's the box and the figure? It's still like a good thing to know how to draw boxes, but you're not going to be able to learn any of that. And it's going to make your perceived like feeling really low. But as you get better, as you persist, you'll start to hit these highs that feel like you figured everything out finally, and you've gotten way, way better, and it feels great, and then you just repeat through the same cycle. But the way that this tends to work, I think, as a beginner, is beginners are like super volatile. They're like really high frequency. And then as you get better, the distance in between these highs and lows starts to grow much wider. So like as a beginner, it feels like every day that you start drawing, you're rolling the dice. You have no idea if you're going to make a good drawing or a bad drawing or what even goes into those things. But as you get some sort of techniques under you and you know how to approach things, like once you're around here, you go, oh, if I do a basic level of measurement every time, I can make sure that there is like a head that's on the center of the page and looks vaguely human, right? That's the thing. And then as you get better, you still go through the highs and lows. You guys can go watch my new video if you want to hear me talk about that. But they get much longer. Like, it's not a day-to-day span. It's not even sometimes a month-to-month span. Like, it can be years or 6-month period or 4-month period, right? And it's not easy. But the reason why I started saying that is because the difference in skill between any two beginners, even though one may look way better than the other, is like tiny compared to the difference in skill between, you know, someone who's been drawing for 10 years versus someone who's been drawing for 20 years or something like that. Like, the better you get, there's a exponential skill curve. So the difference between two beginners is almost nothing compared to somebody who's much better and learning at a much faster rate. So really, like, never be ashamed to post terrible art, because you're much closer to posting tragically mid art. You're much closer to posting tragically mid art than you think. Jake, I'm a beginner. How do I start? Oh, man. I hate that question. That's such a hard question to answer. I can't answer it here, but there's a ton of resources in the Discord, and there is some stuff I want to... there is some stuff I want to write out more formally, and that's a goal of mine. But you can go to my website here if you guys want to get started drawing, halftonestudio.art. You go to the blog, and How Great Artists Learned How to Draw and How You Can Too is a really great article. Same with the bark drawings. Read this, download some of the plates, start drawing some of that stuff. There's references on here too. Like, all this stuff is for free. If you want to support the channel and give me money and Ramon money, we made a really, really good course that goes over all this stuff in like 22 hours of content. It's very much so worth it. And we've seen a lot of success from people taking it, but completely optional. There's good free stuff on there too. I don't have my Stream Deck, so I'm like switching things bad. All right, let's get started. I used to feel so much joy of a painting, and now I'm just hard on myself. Oh, fuck. All right, last thing I'm going to say about this topic so I can get into the critiques, because I'll be here all day. I get stun-locked so easy. I am the easiest stun-locked boss ever, okay? Drawing, this is the most common question I get asked. How do I beat art block? Or I feel bad about my art all the time, or whatever. drawing is like a relationship, or art is like a relationship. And when you're a kid, you get a free ticket through everything in life, right? Your brain isn't developed yet. And so a lot of people have been drawing for a long time. They are used to a relationship in which they can just sit down with their notebook. Oh, thanks for becoming a member. Trashtemberg. Just start, Jake. I don't have any nice words for you, so I can't say anything. I'm holding him in. When you were a kid, you can just sit down in your sketchbook and just mine your sketchbook for ideas and just do stuff in it and just experience the pure joy of being a child. And it's great. But when you're an adult, your neuroreceptors aren't like cooked. Probably all of our brains are cooked in some way, but you can't just always sit down and just expect to extract happiness out of art. It's like you can't just have a relationship partner, a girlfriend, and just always expect them to make you happy and never put work into the relationship. You have to in whatever way you want to have a relationship. Every relationship is incredibly unique. You don't have to buy your girlfriend a diamond bracelet every day in order to make her happy, right? You can do that for your art, or you can do whatever you want for your art, but you have to put something into it, and you have to do that with the expectation not that you're going to immediately get happiness back, but that you're cultivating something greater for a long-term relationship. Okay. Let's do some critiques. I want to be a kid. I'm not sure it's that much better to be a kid, though. I really don't. What's this guy doing? I think he should be over here. All right, so the way that I have grouped out these submissions is not any sort of hard logic. I'm not saying that like sets are better or worse. You might find your photo next to somebody who you think is way worse, and you're like, I'm so much better than that guy. I hate Jake. He's such an asshole. I don't care. I'm grouping them on like ideas that I want to talk about. There is generally the drawings at the bottom are going to be a little bit better than the drawings at the top, because I'm going to talk about more like fundamental ideas at the top, but it's in no particular order, okay? Just big ideas that I want to talk about, okay? And maybe you think you're next to somebody who's way worse than you, but maybe you're just an egotistical guy, all right? Which we're all there sometimes, so I won't judge. I'm trying to find a nice... None of these are round. We'll go with this. So there were 3 reference photos for this challenge. You could choose from any of them. And this one was the most popular. I think this is like the most basic, solid one to draw from. These ones, both a little bit harder. Not that much harder. This one's probably the hardest. I recommended that you draw them traditionally, but lots of people work digitally, and I don't mind at all. I don't think there's that much problem with that. Yeah, I'm going to just group a few things together. And we'll see. So let's look at this first set. Cool. All right. So I think with my idea for these ones, I wish I could shift select. Oh, I can. I actually didn't know I could do that. This canvas is already 12,000 pixels wide, so let's do it this way. I'm trying to group more people together just because it's like not humanly possible for me to do these like 7 hours of critique long streams. I've done like a 6-hour stream, I think, in the past. I think it's just like a little too much. So the way that I want to talk about this is from big ideas to small ideas. And similarly to looking at art like a relationship, need a harder brush. Okay, I'm gonna use the brush that I'm comfortable with. I'll come back to those when I want to do some tone. Similarly to treating art like a relationship, and actually all of these drawings show that there's some level of forethought and some level of insight. There's some others in here that I think are more deserving of these exact words. I guess I can just pull them over. Let's do that. You guys get to watch my fucking boomer ass use Photoshop. It's crazy that I have 10x the hours in this program that most of you guys do, and I use it like a fucking caveman. We can't just sit down at our sketchbooks and hope that we can, just start drawing and just attack the drawing without any sort of forethought or planning or whatever. And, obviously all of you put some amount of intentionality into this work, so don't take offense by these words. But there is this conception that we can just sit down and without planning just make a work of art. And it's almost never the case. It's just an idea that we get from watching really experienced people work or working as a kid. Sometimes really experienced people can make it look like it's off the cusp, but it's like a dance or something like that. You have to play the notes slowly in order to learn how to play fast. And there's certainly always a time and a place. I gotta stop hedging every single statement I make. I hear the comments in my head. I'm going insane. I'm just gonna say definitive things. There's always, a time and a place for everything, but we really want to learn ways to set up our drawing, big ideas to think about first, how to approach these things, so that we can put in a little bit of planning. It might take you 20 minutes of planning, might take you 45 minutes, an hour the first time you do it. I know that's a really long time. If you're going to spend 12 hours on a drawing, though, then spending 40 minutes to set up those proportions really isn't a long time at all, and it's going to save you a really far amount of time. Because the thing is when, for let's look at this drawing, for example. If we wanted to keep improving this drawing or pushing the proportions of it, there's pretty much no way to do that because of the medium choices we made, because of the way that we positioned it on the page. There's no erasing this. There's no repositioning this. We've pretty much maxed this drawing out as much as possible. So the only way to improve this drawing is to go back to square one and to try to set it up, spend a little bit more time setting it up, and then you can do your attack later on, right? But we want to make sure that we aim our sights in before we shoot. You secretly Levin Hawk. So many people have doppelgangers for me. So many people have doppelganger. I'm Max Verstappen, and I don't know. There's a lot of them. One of you guys sent a doppelganger. Fuck, dude. One of you guys sent a doppelganger in Discord that blew my mind. Fuck. Oh no. It was from a Swedish yearbook, a guy named Felix from the 1960s. And it was a guy that looked exactly like me. It was scary. I barely remember that year of high school. The biggest idea in drawing, right? If we want to talk about the ideas that matter the most, from big to small, this is a pyramid that we can pretend is centered or has three sides. This is how I like to sell it. The most important fundamental idea in drawing is the abstract. And the abstract is the things that we can't put exact rules on. I can always say that a figure is on average 7.5 heads tall or 8 heads tall. I can always say that the skull has generally 2 eye sockets and a nose bone and a jawbone. We can make up rules for stuff, but with some things, they're a little bit too hard to actually nail down. The idea is mostly design, shape design or composition. And this is why you'll look at those books that have famous paintings on them, and they'll have like all these arrows on them and like guides of moving through the picture. Some of the artists probably did think about those big ideas. I have a really hard time believing that some of these diagrams that show like 40 different arrows moving off in every direction, and there's all these grids and Fibonacci spirals mapped over everything. It gets a little bit excessive, and people really try to explain everything with logic, and not everything needs to be explained with pure logic. But that's what abstract is. Ideas like design or composition are big ideas that aren't like pure logic based. Good shape design can look like many different things. Good composition can look like many different things. On top of that, I would say form ideas. Form is the three-dimensional qualities of things. So our primitive shapes like cylinders and cubes and spheres, that type of stuff. Maybe a design level idea is like a square, a triangle, a rectangle. But our form level idea is a box, right? Or a cone. I can do that a little bit better. I don't know why I might. Right, or a cone, or a cylinder. Very ugly. I did not map where my beginnings and ends were. Normally I do that a little bit more formally. Beautiful. So warmed up. I'm so warmed right now. Right, these are our form level ideas. How do we make things feel three-dimensional? So we're working on a 2D surface. And then above that is light, right? Because if I close my eyes, the world still exists. My table is still in front of me. I can feel things. They're three-dimensional. Blind people are real. Don't erase them. But light explains those things to us so that we can see them. A cube is still a cube, but a cube can look like many different things with only light. And so first we need to design our image. We need to make sure it feels three-dimensional or has three-dimensional qualities that are accurate. And we need to make sure our lighting ideas work as well. And all these things reinforce each other too, right? Like these are all boxes getting hit by light. But they're vastly different things, and they have different shape qualities, and they imply different form ideas. So the first fundamental idea that I want to talk about is abstraction, and more importantly, composition. The composition is how we arrange things on our canvas. Generally, if we're doing an academic study, it's a good idea to put the figure in the middle of the page, you know? It would be really weird if the figure was over here. It would just feel uncomfortable. And we don't want to make people feel uncomfortable because we're just doing a study that's supposed to be clear. So generally, we'll want to center it. We'll start out by marking where the top and the bottom should be. It's nice to mark stuff like the halfway point too. Because when we look at a figure, almost always, if they're standing upright, let me go bright red. Almost always, if a figure is standing upright, the halfway point is at the pit of the crotch. So the top half of the figure is the torso, and the bottom half of the figure is the legs. It works incredibly well, and it's incredibly consistent. Some proportional things are not always consistent. That one is. And we want to think about the big shapes, the big proportional ideas of how to fit the figure on the page, right? One thing I'm noticing, and this is another tool we can use, is a plumb line, a straight line. A plumb line is just a line that goes up and down. Generally, it's a weight fixed to a string. You guys have probably seen my video if you're here. If you haven't, that's great. You can watch it. It's called the simple tool that made old artwork so great, old art so great, something like that. It's a line that goes straight up and down. And when I draw a line that goes straight up and down, I can see that this whole left side of the body is pretty much flat. Actually, incredibly flat. The right side of the body, and I don't even have to like cup around the head. I can just try to draw this shape essentially. I could use only straight lines for this. Some people like to do that. What's the furthest point out? We can use another plumb line. The hand is the furthest point out. Barely. Something like that. All right, so our figure is going to fit at some point in on the page. And I would ask myself again, is it composed well? Does it fit on the page well? Is this nice? And to be honest, I actually think that I would redraw this. I haven't put any effort in. I would erase it and just bump the whole thing over so that it's centered a bit nicer. If you draw up to any of these stages here, and then you go, oh, my figure's all the way off to the side, you should have fixed it here, because here you have no emotional investment. It took you 2 minutes or 5 minutes, right? It's really easy to erase, especially if you're using like Vine charcoal or something. That's why we use Vine charcoal. So we want to make sure that those things, they're working at the beginning. And we can take some comparative measurements too. You could hold out your thumb and your pencil and check the widest part versus the widest part, and then you would flip that over. You see the width of the drawing comes about 1, 2. It's about 2.5 of those. Makes the height of the head. Or sorry, the height of the figure. 1, 1, 2.5. Yeah, I'm all right. I would probably dial this in a little bit more. It's okay to start with like just the head too. Let me lock the background layer. There we go. Can you explain enveloping? I mean, this is enveloping right here, right? Like we're just trying to get those big ideas down first before we focus on the details. Because as soon as you start locking in on those eyes, it's just too late to change anything. And it's also, it's possible for me to check the relationships of angles or widths or angles or heights or anything. It's possible for me to check something that's this big, right? Because it's huge, especially when it's on a sheet of paper, right? An 18 by 24 sheet of paper. I mean, it's this big. Very easy for me to check and see that stuff. But if this is a whole sheet of paper or however big it is, and I'm trying to make sure the eye is in the right spot, there is no measurement in the world that I can take that makes sure that this eye is in this spot exactly versus in this spot. It's just too small in measurements, comparative measurement, thumb and pencil, eyeballing, angles, any of that stuff. It's all too inaccurate to deal with stuff that's that small on your page, right? So you have to lock in the big shape relationships to be accurate, and then you can fit the small stuff within it, and it will be accurate. But if you try to like get the small stuff in and some big stuff, and you're not that like serious about it, and you don't really pay attention much at the beginning, that's when things go wrong. All of the effort is the beginning. If you put all of your brain work, all of your brain power, it goes in the beginning. Rendering is easy work. I'm not impressed by anyone who can just render stuff to look, exactly like the photo. I'm not going to hedge that statement, actually. I'm not impressed. It's you give it to your monkey, you give it to your workshop assistant, your pet monkey can do it. But making things actually fit right and have nice design and have good proportions, that takes a lot of mental work. So most of these are doing all right. This one is doing pretty good. I like this. Again, you did want to include this over here. So I guess this is fine. I would probably like even push this off the page a little bit just so that the spear isn't right on the edge. It's just kind of a bad idea to have a line that just leads into like a wall like this. So I'd want them pushed over a little bit, even if it meant that, you know, this getting cut off is not a big deal, but this getting cut off is a little bit more of a big deal. Yeah. And you don't always have 10 hours or whatever. Right? Sometimes you might be doing a 5-minute sketch. If you're doing a 5-minute sketch, you gotta just go for it, right? You gotta just throw the head down. Like, you know, throw the tilt of the body or whatever. I don't normally use that rhythm. I don't know why I just did it. Like, okay, you know, here's where the leg is. I'll check, you know, plumb line. Okay, yeah, it does match up with the shoulder and the reference too. Right. If you only have a couple minutes, you gotta just go for it. But the accuracy of this stuff, it gets strengthened by actually playing it slowly, playing the notes slowly, and building it in a longer form drawing. It's very hard to get more accurate. It's almost impossible to get more accurate if all you ever do is short stuff. But the longer you have, the more time you can spend setting up and planning, and the higher chances of success you're going to have. It's very hard to make anything have 100% chance of success if you don't have like an absurdly long amount of time. Okay. So with ones like this, there's got to be a faster way to drag layers in Photoshop. It's crazy. Ones like this, I think that there's a level of just sitting back before we get too far into the rendering. Maybe walking away from our computer or from our drawing sketchbook or whatever. And just asking yourself, does this look like my reference, right? And when I put them side by side like this, it's pretty easy to see. Like, obviously, this guy feels really skinny. Or his head feels really small. Oftentimes, when people feel really skinny, it's because they're either too thin or they're too long. Right? And so there's two ways that we could fix this. We could, I'll grab a lasso tool here. We could just make this guy's head bigger. We could thicken him up. And all of a sudden, this feels reasonably proportional. A hell of a lot more than it was. He's probably still a little bit too, That's probably the right head size relative to the shoulders. But if we thicken this up, I bet. You know, and we pull this out a little bit too. Like, all of a sudden, he's going to get, like, very, very proportional. It's a little bit too much. Right? So, we could also fix that in another way, though. Right? And so, if this is the head size, we can count how many heads this figure is tall. And you do have to do this, guys. If you're doing a drawing that is longer than... I'd probably count heads on anything that's like longer than like an hour. Maybe even shorter than that. Maybe like 40 minutes. We get 2 heads. Three heads. 4 heads. 5 heads. 6 heads. 7 heads. My counting isn't like perfect here because I'm just doing it in Photoshop, which is not very accurate. It's about 7.5 heads, this figure is. 7.5. This one is a little bit closer to 8. I think I measured it out much more formally, and it was 7.5. Just some of the inaccuracies between the way I'm stacking these layers, but regardless, that's fine. We just do the same on yours. We got 1. I'm gonna just eyeball it, but you take your time and use your pencil. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this should be where the pit of the crotch is. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and a half. Right, so this should be where the feet are. Let's just take this. Boom. It's gonna be a little bit thick now because of that. Why did that just... There we go. Boom. Now, that looks super proportional. That looks really good. All right, so there's 2 ways you can fix that. The way you should fix it, keeping in with the idea of composition, the way you should fix it is by making the head bigger so that it fits on the page properly. Because if you shrink everything, then it would only take up the top half of the page. But just ways that you can think about things. When you see something that doesn't look right, if it's too fat, it could be too fat, or it could just be not tall enough. If it's too skinny, it could be too skinny, or it could just be not short enough. What cheap charcoal pencil should I buy? Oh, man, I wish I had so many better answers to stuff. I'm such a doomer. I like any charcoal pencils we find, like Gioconda or Generals or whatever. It's fine. You know, I always recommend the Conte Pure Noir 2B pencils. They're just the best charcoal pencils that you can buy because they're not pure charcoal. They're like a mix. But they kind of suck. They break very easily, and they're not the cheapest. Okay. Same dealio. I'm gonna, rapid fire, right? If we look at this one, I think we need to thin stuff out a little bit, or we need to make them taller. This head looks a little bit small, right? So just checking that stuff, counting it out, sitting back before you're earlier on in your drawing, and just making sure we double check that stuff. It's gonna take time. You're not gonna see things. This looks pretty good, but probably just need to bring the head size down a little bit. And also, you're using vine charcoal on what looks to be a very smooth paper, and it's pooling up on top. Vine charcoal does just do that, and it's okay, but having a more textured paper will help you out a lot here. Because I bet if you accidentally brush anything with your finger, it looks like this, right? That's like a fingerprint right there. If you want that to not happen, then use more Conte pencil and use a more textured paper, like the Strathmore 300 charcoal paper laid finish. That's a very cheap and easy paper to use. We'll talk about form stuff in the next one. Same deals with these guys. And then what I wanted to say for these people is just setting stuff up. Mark out the top of where you want your drawing to be, the bottom where you want your drawing to be, find the middle point of the figure, find the middle point on your page. And then going into this drawing, okay, I'm going to have a foot here, and I'm going to have a foot here. Right? I'm going to have the middle point of my figure. Oh, the middle point must be like right here. The middle point of my figure is going to be right here. And actually, if I draw a plumb line down, that's accurate. Like this. Just a little bit of planning. It's going to go a long way. Here is our head. Be a little bit lower. He's got kind of a long neck though. All right, so this is how we want to have that level of planning down. And now we have like a framework that we can build with inside of. Right? And that's pretty much everyone in this first path. Some of you are doing pretty good. You know, I see a lot of like these are both looking pretty good. Just more practice with those stuff, and I pay attention to spend 50 minutes. Yeah, let me say something. Yeah, okay. Let me show you guys one more thing. One more thing for getting proportions. If we draw a line, why am I using a soft round brush? We draw a line and we mark the top and the bottom of that line. And then we find the middle point, which is just a skill you have to practice. And you always have to, if you are practicing something, that means you have to check if it is right or wrong. Use your pencil to check. I think that's the middle point. I'll check by putting my pencil up to the screen. Actually, I can check in front of you guys. I'll do this. I'm gonna just not take the top 2 pixels. There we go. Cool. Yeah, so it's almost on. This means I'm a little bit long on the middle. So the middle should be right here. Right? Probably right here. I'm gonna get a copy striked. Oops. Okay, so this is the middle point. Yeah. Still a little bit long, but... the middle point on a figure, we're just going to assume here that the middle is, this is an 8-head figure. 8 head. This is the pit of the crotch. The legs come down from the pit of the crotch. Give this guy an incredibly neutral standing pose. If I divide this top half into thirds, actually, there's 2 ways to do this. I'll do halfway first. I'll divide the top half in half again, and I'll just eyeball that. Yeah, I'll double check real quick. Good. I always undershoot it. All right, so we divide the top half in half again, and we divide the top half in half again. Now we have 1/8, right? And this is an 8-head tall figure. So we have 1 head. This next head is generally where the nipples are. The nipples are an unreliable measurement because they're sitting on top of skin and fat and stuff. So they move around, right? My nipples are in a different spot here than they are here. You guys don't have to visualize that. You can just take my word for it. We move 1 head down again. And generally, the hips move around a lot. A little bit below that normally is where the hips are going to be. We can put some underwear on our dude. A little bit above this, where our rib cage will go. Make this symmetrical. We connect everything up. All right. Here's our figure. So all you have to do and this is best on a figure that is like moving their body a little bit. It's not quite so easy, but we can still use these ideas to guide ourselves. We'll find the halfway point. That's probably where the pit of the crotch is going to be. I'd say this guy's upper half just looks a little bit big. So I think if we just bump the pit of the crotch up a little bit, he's squatting down, so it's not going to be, you know, purely halfway, but maybe like it's here now. We'll put it to like here. We'll have the legs coming out like this. Right. We'll have our rib cage. We can use this to set up our proportions a little bit easier. There's one more trick that I like to use. I'm just going to redraw this one more time. One more time, and then we'll move on to the next step. We'll take halfway. I'm just going to eyeball it. Normally I undershoot it, so I'm going to go a little bit more. I overshot it last time, didn't I? I'll go a little bit less then. All right, I think that's halfway. If we divide this top half into thirds, should be 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. We get head, neck, pit of the neck on that third. A little bit more head there. On the second third, bottom of the rib cage. Like a half a head down. This changes a lot. Depends on man or woman. We get the legs. And halfway down the bottom half, bottom of the knees. We'll give this guy like a wide stance. Right? So pretty easy to memorize this. And if I just put a little bit more, you know, finesse into my lines, I just give some curving to my lines, because I know a little bit of anatomy stuff. You can make it feel a little bit, whoa, that's bad. We can make it feel like he has some sort of bone disorder. Or make it feel good if you know what you're doing. The wrist is normally at the pit of the crotch, too. And then the hands go down a little bit lower. Very good. Simple proportions, right? So halfway, 1/2 is the crotch. One third. 2/3. 3/3. There's ribs. Hips. A little bit less than hips. And head. Head and neck. Very easy. Then halfway. I'm not writing this in the most legible way. Deal with it. Is the bottom of the knee. Very, very simple. You know, anyone can memorize this stuff. And it's like pretty true. This is an 8-head figure. The academic figure. And generally, most people are 7.5 heads tall. Like if you're like a 5'8" male, that's kind of like the optimal, like most sexiest voted height was what I've seen from the polling and the stats. It's more like a 7.5 head. If you're over 6 feet tall, then that's probably an 8-head figure. So generally, most of the models, because models are just beautiful people, are in that 7.5 head range. And if you want to make it 7.5 head, you don't have to like totally ditch this and scale it. Honestly, you can just shave a little bit off of the bottom. Maybe bump the knees up just a little bit. And it's like totally fine. Totally fine. So simple ways you can mark that out, keep it in your head. And all you have to do to make that realism is just say, okay, yeah, this is half a head plus a little bit more. Or, yeah, this guy's rib cage or hips. This person has really tall hips, actually. Really tall hips. You can see the hip bones come up. They don't have a lot of abdomen. So it's just that normal measurement I would use plus a little bit more. This person has really long arms. It's the normal measurement I would use plus a little bit more, right? Like, that's it. It's not that hard to turn it into realism. And that's why standardized proportions, even though everyone is unique, yes, standardized proportions are still super helpful because you can set it yourself up for it faster. I'm using a drawing tablet here. I'm using a pen. I'm not using my mouse. I haven't been using my mouse to draw lately. That was the first half of the year me, where I was making things hard for myself. Occasionally, I just want to tell a person to practice more as a crit, reasonable or no. Yeah, there are two wolves inside of you, and both of them are coming. There's the idea of like theory, and there's the idea of grind, right? Those are the two wolves. All right, there's wolf number 1. And wolf number 2. There's the theory wolf. And there is the grind wolf. If you're in my Discord, which this is Discord Critique, so probably most of you are, there's a guy named Moorbacher who came into the Discord a little while ago. And he's a professional artist. He's been a professional artist. He's been an independent professional artist just doing his own style of work for like over 10 years now. And he's did some industry work and stuff before that. Very successful guy who's made his whole life's work and living off of art. He's been on the side of the grind wolf. He said that he never did a photo study. He didn't like take a photo from Pinterest and try to paint it well until he was already working at a professional concept art studio. On the other hand of that, right, is like the theory chuds, which I'm certainly more of a theory chud and have been more of a theory chud, right? That's why I can teach. Normally these people aren't very good at teaching. The theory people are people who want to learn a process, a procedure, logic behind every single thing, have their next steps planned out before they take them. If you only study theory, you will never get better. You can study a ton of theory and not draw that much, but learn a lot in between each drawing and make much larger jumps from drawing to drawing and still get better. If you are a grinder and you never learn any rules or theory or anything about proportions, if you never watch, you wouldn't be watching this live stream if you were only a grinder, then you would never get better, right? Like we all have seen artists that have just do the same thing every day and have been for years and years and haven't gotten any better at all. Like the amount of time you put into something sometimes is an indicator for skill, but frequently not really at all. So there is some level of theory and some level of grinding. Because of me, my community leans a little bit this way. And I think it is totally valid sometimes just to be like, go out there and do 2 or 3 more charcoal figures before you ask for that, right? Even though it feels bad, a lot of people are just asking for advice or critique because it feels bad, not because they actually need the advice or the critique. But, oh, I meant to say grind. Wait, never mind, I was talking about my community. Sorry, my brain's broken. Yeah, and it's important to remember, like, we get this charcoal drawing technique from the French Academy, from the École des Beaux-Arts, and the whole thing about the French Academy was they did a 12-hour charcoal drawing, maybe 2 of them, every week. Every single week. Right? They did that year-round. And I'm sure they probably took a week off or 2 for holidays, but pretty much every week. So they did 50 or 100 of these a year. Like, that is an incredible amount of grinding. It is actually, like, the French Academy stuff, if we're a scale of T to G, the French Academy stuff is actually, like, very far to... They're right-wing as hell, right? They're ultra right-wing. And sometimes we have, like, these, or rather, like, more of the modern Atelier crowd, I think, is ultra left wing on this political axis, right? You know, I'm probably more there, and lately I've been trying to get, like, over to here. Where you want to be just depends on what your art is, but I do think it's very valid to actually just tell people, like, okay, you need to do this more. A lot of people are asking for help, or for critique, or for theory, not because they need it, but because they want someone to chew up their food for them and spit it down their throat. You know, because chewing it up is, like, a lot of work, and it's hard, and it makes your jaw sore. So we gotta, like, make people chew a little bit sometimes. That's my analogy. You think there's any value to doing a total form study without concerning yourself with construction? What? I just found that... Dude, never mind. I just found that by focusing exclusively on shifts in value, my ability to discern shape improved tremendously. Okay. This is the problem with words. They're never good enough, right? Like, form is like 3-dimensional things. And so I don't really separate the ideas of, like, hello? Hello? Are we getting a Photoshopism? There we go. Like, form is just 3-dimensional things. So I don't really separate the ideas of, like, form and construction all that much. Right? Like, construction isn't a method. Like, there's no construction process. It can look a million different ways. And so sometimes I'm drawing a figure and I might be, like, entirely shape focused. We'll just call it. I might be, like, thinking entirely about shapes, but then I'll just do like this. Hatch, 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 hatch. Here, 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 here. Right? And, like, that's construction. It doesn't have to be like, okay, I do this, and then I put in the rib cage, like, and this, and then I do this, and then Proco said I have to draw the handlebars, and so I put the handlebars on because Stanislav told me to. It's okay. Like, so... I'm talking about, yeah. Exclusively showing shifts in value. It becomes really hard to separate these ideas, I think. That's my answer. Like, it's totally fine to focus on one drawing all on shapes. It's totally fine to focus on one drawing completely on constructing stuff. When you do that, your proportions are going to get worse. When you focus on really nice rendering because you want to learn about lights and darks, your proportions are probably going to be worse. You're probably going to have things that, like, aren't well. Your unity across the whole drawing probably isn't going to be that strong. So when you focus on things, like, other things are going to slip, and it's totally fine. And totally that can help other areas. I think that is the essence of your question, and totally and you should do that. Focus on specific things. Is that Catter? Oh, hey, Stanislav's in chat. What's up, Stanny? Also, before I move on to the next category, I didn't show you guys mine. I haven't finished it yet, to be honest, guys. I'm sorry. It's Christmas week, you know. I do want to finish it up though. This is what we're working with. Fuck. I'm wired in. I'm wired. My headphones are coming. I don't need these headphones. This is what we're working with. Fuck. This is what we're working with. Yeah, I'm happy with it. And I'll finish it up and fix some of the proportional oddities and stuff like that. But a lot of stuff clicking in my brain. I realize now... I'm wondering where my other one was. I must have buried it under my pile. I'm realizing now that I do know a lot of anatomy names and stuff, but actually I feel like I've never known less anatomy than I do right now. Like I know the anatomy. I was an anatomy nerd when I was like 2 years into drawing. But it's never been really all that practically useful to me. Like I was always under the idea that operating under the idea that I could, if I just learn all the names of everything and like the origin and insertion, then I can just draw like a full, you know, écorché and have like the sternum and the xiphoid process, and then count out 9th rib, 10th rib, 11th, 12th, or whatever, and these 3 are false and connect up to this one, and then on the 10th rib you connect the abs, and then that comes down to here, and you have the obliques on the sides, and really there's like 2 more layers of muscles under those that aren't that important, but I'm pretty sure I learned about those too for some reason, and there's like the lats which come up, and then you have the glenoid cavity of the scapula, and the glenoid process of the humerus, and then the lats connect onto like this side of the humerus, and then you have the deltoids. I thought if you just like learn all of this, you can just like construct it all perfectly. It's not really how it works. And it's not that helpful at all, I think, for beginners to learn that stuff. Like the beginners just really, even intermediates, really just kind of need the big ideas, right? You got your... I actually even like drawing the rib cage. This is the way that Morpho draws the rib cage, and I like it a lot. Just like this, right? You get your egg shape for the ribs. Maybe you have like somewhat of a boxy shape for the hips. Right, like this. These 2 pieces are connected by the spine and the back, and they move independently. And so there's like a bit of squishy padding here that squishes and moves around when you go like this. Arms and legs, they're cylinders. Right, they're just this. Feet. Fuck, who knows? Fuck if I know. Like, really, this plus just looking at stuff is all the information you need to know for a while. Because I think that learning all that anatomy stuff, it certainly is helpful. And once you get up, like I told Jacob a few months ago, this is Jacob's drawing. It's not a full finished charcoal, but same with Michael, I told him too. I told both of these guys a few months ago, like, okay, now you guys gotta probably start learning some basic muscle groups and stuff. It's a good time now. Until you can get like around this level of proportion and setting stuff up, it's not really all that helpful to know any specific muscles at all, other than like the absolute biggest ones. My Photoshop is bugged out, one sec. That's my face. I just clicked on my face because I thought it would open up. I thought it would open up the drawing. Why is it not even in my recent? What the fuck? There we go. I'm mostly self-taught, but it's a complicated question. Right, like focusing on big ideas like this, your big proportions, that's all you need. And now I'm getting to a point even where I feel like I've mined a lot of those ideas. It's about as far as they can go, or it's just not fun to draw with only those ideas, and it would be more helpful for me to really integrate and dig a little bit deeper onto some anatomy stuff. That's the way I'm feeling right now. That might be the wrong feeling, actually. I might need to understand other ideas. I'm going to be working with some really great artists through all of January. That I just set that up. So we'll see. But, you know, that's how I'm feeling. And I think it's worth sharing it with you guys that I think you can do an exceptional amount of work without having to know like every bone and muscle and stuff. Like, I think all that knowledge in my head doesn't actually help me draw all that much better. They're just kind of fun facts that you can spit out at people and be like, look, I'm a serious artist. And that meant a lot to me for a while. Being able, and when I was in college with a lot of people who didn't believe in practicing art, didn't believe in studying art, thought any sort of representation was like a waste of time or whatever, or had already been done, and now we're on to the new thing, which was contemporary. When I took a year of art college, and that was the world I lived in, it was really important to me and part of my identity to be taken as a serious artist. Whether or not this actually mattered, I don't know. I was 19. But I wanted to learn that anatomy stuff, I think, looking back on, a lot for my ego, because I wanted to be, you know, a real artist, and I wanted to make good-looking work. And, you know, now I'm at a point where I don't think I need that anymore. I don't think I need to like always be riding on that need for external validation. I totally understand if you guys are at a point where it's valuable to you. But I'm not sure it's one-to-one conducive with like getting better. Okay, let's move on to section 2 here. That only took us an hour 20. That's pretty good. So muscle only? Just like big ideas only. Big ideas only. Big simple forms. You don't actually have to construct everything. You can just look at stuff and just try to figure out what's going on from the way that you look at it. Okay. So with this middle category, these are people that I think have those big ideas down for the most part. And some of you, like, I know what your work looks like because you're active in the Discord, and I see most of the drawings there. So if you like actively post in the Discord, then I know what your work looks like. And so with a lot of you, I think you're setting stuff up in the right way. There still are tons of proportional errors. It happens. Not my biggest concern. But there's also just like some awkwardness happening generally in the form or construction with the values of things. So that's what I want to talk about here. There's a few of you who, I'm going to shift tone real quick. There's a few of you who I'm sussing out at. I'm sussing out at a few of you. You guys be kind of sus. So we'll go through that. We'll go through my thoughts on, like, I don't know if you guys are doing this for sure. So if this is you and I'm attacking you or whatever, don't take it as an attack. There's a few of you who I feel like your accuracy is far beyond your understanding. And the decisions you're making feel very traced or feel very photocopy. So I think you're like overlaying the photo, not all the time, but like you're drawing it to your best of your ability, and then you're overlaying the photo and then like liquefying it. When I put this on here and I lower the opacity, and I'm not gonna like fucking witch hunt you. Well, I am a little bit, but I just want to use this as like an opportunity to talk about like my thoughts on this, because I know it's like incredibly common. It's incredibly common. Yeah. Like there's a point where I can move this around and it just like, if I get the scale right, like it just perfectly clicks into place. Just on the head. And that's the same with like every point on the body. But they're all at different scales. So like they don't connect together very well. But like each individual spot, if scaled right, is like exactly accurate. Like there's a few of you who did this. So to me, maybe you're watching right now. It might be the person who said that they didn't trace, they just liquefied. The reason why I'm not a fan of tracing or liquefying much, I think anything goes. If you're trying to make a work of art, something that you are producing for, you know, a commercial job or for your own like OC or just your own feeling good, do whatever you want. Like anything goes when you're out in the real world. But when you're studying and when you're trying to get better, I think it's very important to not get too caught up in like the aesthetics of things, because they're very often not conducive to the types of metrics that we need to actually improve. It's me. Okay, cool. There's like 3 of you that I thought of this about. And I think that just bumping stuff around with liquefy until it's perfect, or color picking, what I mean by that is using the eyedropper tool to sample the reference photo directly and then painting with those colors and values. I think it's basically the same thing as laying out a grid and then copying it like 1-to-1, like a hyper-realist thing, but with just way more steps to make you feel like you're drawing. It's like you're trying to learn how to bike, but you have like 7 different sets of like backup training wheels that you can like fall back on anytime. And I think it's important to just let yourself fall off the bike every once in a while, because you're going to get so much better if you don't have that to fall back on. And also, if you just detach yourself, and this is the hardest part, from the need to always make good-looking things all the time. Because that is going to hold you back more than anything else in the world. Like, I would so much rather see any of these that have proportional issues than see something that is just like very obviously like hella liquefied or traced or color picked. And I can tell, because there's no reason to do that unless you're just trying to like look good, right? And I don't really care if any of these look good. Yeah, no, it's fine, dude. I'm not talking to you specifically. There's multiple of people I thought this about in here. And then there's also people who do this on almost every challenge. So I don't care about you. You know, I'm just stating these ideas as you know, my view on why you should or shouldn't use certain tools while practicing. That's really important to me. And there's one more thing I wanted to add on to this. What was it? Oh, I got distracted looking at chat. Yeah. And also, okay, this is what I wanted to say. You know, the whole idea that we work in this sort of way that I was laying out earlier, where we try to think about our big proportions, we position it well on the page. If it's not positioned well here, then now we can move it over easily, get it positioned well. We can, you know, mark out the halfway point. Here's about where the nipples are going to be, and then here, and this is the head. The reason why we work this way is because we're training an idea in our mind about working from the biggest ideas down to the littlest ideas. We're training in our mind an idea of the overall thing, the artwork that we're making at the end of the day. Everything has to serve the purpose of that art. If we do something that doesn't serve the purpose of the overall thing, right? Like if we hyper render the hand, but it's like way out of proportion and the figure's over here, and now we have this like really long forearm to get to there, and the shoulders somehow connected to the head. It doesn't matter how well the head is rendered. So everything has to like always be going down the ladder and going back up the ladder and making sure everyone else is okay, right? Like we're a chain of ideas that's only as strong as our weakest link. And when you work that way, like what often happens is, I hate Photoshop. When I scroll sometimes it just locks up. When I overlay this, like what I can see is that the head is perfect at the right scale. The head is like a reasonably, pretty much perfect drawing. Like the foot is individually a perfect drawing. The hand is an individually perfect drawing. But the scale and how these different things relate to each other, like this, how this foot is much larger. This foot's like twice the size of his head. The whole and how things connect together, which is by far the most important idea overall, that has to take a back seat and it falls apart. And so we get things that like aesthetically look very good, but they're missing the big design ideas that actually help us get anything out of academic training in general. Because all this is like useless if we just only train for the surface level ideas and we don't hit any of the other stuff. Like we're not going to be getting any better at making original paintings or original compositions or doing our own sort of stylistic work or something like that. It all starts to kind of crumble. So we want to build the accuracy of training how things relate to each other. Okay, that's all. That's all. And that's why I'd much rather see work that's like, awkward, right? Like this guy's torso is super big. Like I love seeing stuff like this. And it's easy for me to be like, okay, we just want to like double check, step back from our work and make sure that the torso isn't 3 heads wide, because that only works for Hercules. And like, that's okay. That's an easy thing. Now this person has like a really tangible thing that they can work on. But when it's stuff that I feel like is really color picked or traced or liquefied or whatever, it becomes very nebulous. And it's like, oh, well, things are like a little too soft, but the proportions are kind of perfect, but they're also not. Like it becomes, it blurs the boundaries a little bit too much. Yeah, how much does my ability stand on its own without the tool? And that's why I like traditional. Okay. I love the colors that this person used. There's a few of you who gave me time lapses too. I really like to see time lapses. So when I get to you, I'll pull those up. I think what I'm seeing, and I'll probably say this for like the next group of people, this one is quite nice. Pull that over here. For you, I'll set you to the side. You're pretty good. That's actually decent. On by the way, decent on only one metric that I'm thinking about right now. Maybe we'll group some of these together. I like these. You guys are actually doing a really good job. Like, I don't care how awkward any of these drawings look, and maybe some of them proportional or whatever. Like, you guys are actually hitting a lot of the big ideas really well. Pretty much all of you. So And it makes sense that you're a digital artist, because digital artists tend to struggle with this. That's not true. I think it's easier to fall into this trap if you're a digital artist, though. This music's a little bit too creepy. It's the Jake Don't Draw critique, but there's horror music on the whole time. Thoughts? It's the Jake Don't Draw critique, but you're on edge the entire time. You feel like you're being hunted for sport the entire time. That might be what it is for you guys anyways. We gotta just get some Dementia music going. I wish the Dementia music wasn't copyrighted. The Dementia music was so peak. It was actually like one of the most, yeah, I don't know. I want my $20 ad revenue. It'll buy me Red Bulls for 2 months. So there's actually, I thought I was gonna have to talk about this a lot more, but there's not that many instances of this. Yeah, you guys are all really good at this. This is awesome. Oh, you guys take after me so much. That's so beautiful. You a little bit. You guys are all my little evil gremlins. Let's see. Willow charcoal. Let's do that. So, especially when we look, the 19th century drawings are really great examples of this. Let me pull one up. I'm taking forever to set up on this next set, okay? I'm measuring my proportions on the next critique. Just let me measure for a second. And then I'll rapid fire off a good critique. This is perfect. When we look at 19th century drawings, by the way, this drawing is on my website, halftonestudio.art. References. There's free references. And a guide that goes over the materials and stuff for drawing, which is really nice, and the basic process. You can look at these. You can have stuff to draw. If you sort by just drawings, there's good example drawings. And there's close-ups in here. I highly recommend you regularly look at these while drawing. They will make you make much better decisions. There's no need to provide defense for your case, man. It's all good. I just want to make a general point. You just happen to be in the crosshairs. Jake put up new links to your Discord. If it says the link is expired or not working, guys, or invalid, the link works. There's just, you need to read the next paragraph below the link. There's some sort of problem with your Discord. It's really annoying, but Discord gives a generic error for when you can't get in, and it just says the link is invalid. It's not actually invalid. You're running into an error because it's an NSFW server, so you're not 18. You're in the UK and you're not 18. You don't have NSFW servers enabled. You're trying to join from iPhone. You don't have a verified email. I don't know. It sucks. It's annoying. There's a little paragraph you can read. We have reading comprehension issues in this Discord. When we look at these drawings, especially from far away, it's super easy to see all the lights and where the shadows are, right? The shadows on this figure, on the sides, underneath the arm, and on the side of the leg, but the whole figure is in the lights. When I look at your figure, there's a lot more jumpiness in the values, right? Like the knee stands out a lot, and the shoulder and the arm, you know, it still does read as separate groups of light and dark, but I think we're missing a little bit of unity. I read somewhere the fawn drawing was done in shale. That's just a really bad translation of Conte pencil, I think. Because Conte pencil is like black chalk. So sometimes it gets translated as like black chalk. So basically the way that light works is our lights and our darks, they are grouped and they stay far apart as groups of lights and darks. And we get lots of change only at big transitions of form, where the corner of something is. That's where we get a rapid transition of value. But where we just have like a soft rounding of an arm, we actually see very little transitioning. Our values stay very unified. So we want to think just in like slightly bigger planes here. We're just using up a whole lot of values on everything. Let me do this. Down the opacity a little bit. Sorry to Oksana who's watching this. I'm using your brushes horribly. But they have nice textures. Right, so we just want to group things together much more aggressively than you think. Your shadows are, reasonably nicely saturated. Don't be afraid of black. Like, people are really scared to make things black, and I do this all the time too, especially in digital. It's like really scary to put your cursor all the way down over here, down to black. It's totally fine. Like, don't go like, oh, well, just do 1 out of 10 as black. It's totally fine. Where it can be black, just make it black. And let's just choose like a nice, something like this. Just like a middle value. I know that there's values that jump all around in this, but first let's just lay out the middle. Let's just lay out the middle. So we want to lay out our big groups, that way we can establish these things in like an orderly manner. And we don't get too distracted. And use the simplest values possible. One other of you did this, but to the opposite extreme. So I'll talk about you after. Now, I know that there are transitions here, and this is where we'd use like the blending stump in traditional, or you can use the smudge tool in digital. But if you just take, and also you don't even have to use the smudge tool in digital, you can just use whatever brush you want and just choose a value that is closer to the shadows, but not all the way dark. Brushes don't like to work at such a small scale. Even though this drawing is 12,000 pixels, each individual drawing becomes very small. We want to pull our shadows outwards towards our light, where we have those really sharp transitions. But where light is, where we have like a reasonably strong light source, it does not like to change into shadow very fast. Light likes to stay as it is. I was kind of thinking I should have just done this first. I was thinking about doing this, but I'll just do it because it's easier to explain. Oh, is this gonna lag? Oh no, I'm just low opacity. Okay, this is what a sphere looks like. Let me strengthen up the shadows a little bit. A sphere doesn't look like this. This is a dirty sphere, right? We have too many lights and darks mixing inside of our halftones, and it creates a great feeling of flatness. When we have very, very strong unity in our lights, we have very strong unity in our transitioning values, and then those values transition very quickly into the shadows, that's where we get the feeling of roundness. And you can also see just like how much easier it is to do this. Right, so with some of this stuff, we're just getting some of these light values. I know that there's a highlight here hitting the side of the peck, and you see that too, and you're putting it in, which is great. But in actuality, this is already on the big plane. Like, this is already on... All right, we have... new layer. Oh, I hate... When Photoshop is lagging or it has a big canvas, sometimes when I make a mark, it just grabs the layer and starts moving it around. And I've noticed it only happens when it's lagging, when I'm on a big canvas. So it has to be a bug. It's so weird. I hate this program. I gotta transition. Like, why? There's no hotkey that I'm hitting. Right, like this is the box. And we have shadow on the far side. You can't really see the far side. So even though there is a highlight on this right peck, it doesn't go to this. Because that just breaks the rounding, the far side of that box. This is further away. So even though we get that highlight, it's going to stay within the family, this range of lights and darks. So it's just not going to be quite as bright as the rest. Yeah, it's going to be more like that. I just guessed. I'm drawing directly on the layer, aren't I? Because Photoshop grabbed it. And you're jumping a little bit too close to those, back to those lights. All right, so we just want to... I can even unify this even more. All right, we just want to really make sure that we have a strong differentiation between our lights and our darks. And we don't have to render our halftones in quite so much, only where they transition. Spend some time, just take 10 minutes or whatever. I love to do this when I'm like eating breakfast in the morning or something. Go to my website, or you can just, if you have a bunch of art like this that you have pictures of, go to my website. You can view the high resolution images of a bunch of these and just zoom in on them and look at the technique. Look at how they move their pencil. Look at how they group lights and darks. Look at how they transition shadows. You're going to learn so much. It will be huge. And we're seeing that here too, where you have the fur and you want to put in that fur texture. But look at how all these groups are really different from each other. Whereas these groups, yeah, they're changing, but even our highlight here is like, well, yours is going to be darker because your whole thing is very dark. Because I think you're a little bit scared of using black here, but you're also scared of using light values. Fuck you, Photoshop. I'm gonna freak out. Oksana said use the Jablonski brush. Where the fuck is the Jablonski brush? What? Oh, God. I'm blind. It's fine. Wait. We made it 2 hours into the stream, 2.5 hours into the stream? No, not even 2 hours in the stream. Before Horny Chat came, so Freak Chat is out. No crushes on me. Just chill. Like, go Go make a drawing or something. Not of me. And then now that we have like brighter lights up here too, it's gonna make the light feel like it's dropping off as it gets down the leg a little bit more naturally. You know, and we're probably like a little bit too light up here, but I would rather have a little bit too much than too little. Because at least with too much, we're going to see the separation. And with too little, we're not going to see it at all. Basically, for everything, we only need 3. That's a good transition to go over to this guy. So we only need 3 planes on things, really. It is insane how far this can go. This shoulder, first I'll draw it constructively. We have a deltoid muscle. That comes off, and it connects into here, right? It's coming off like this. And it's connecting in. This deltoid, we can separate into 3 planes. We have one plane that's facing this way, one plane that's facing this way, and one plane that's facing this way. Why don't you use filters to make it brighter? I'd have to play with the levels because I don't want to make everything brighter. I need to change not the relationships of everything, but the groups themselves, in that case at least. But I probably could use filters to be more efficient. I'm not used to doing that. Right, we have one plane facing this way, one plane facing this way, and one plane facing this way. We can do this with like pretty much everything too, by the way, right? Like we have a head. The head is like a front, and it slopes back with 2 sides. And, you know, it goes up to the top of the head or whatever. And so on one of those planes, in our reference photo, we have the light kind of coming from above. So the middle plane is going to be the brightest. Again, I'm going to push the contrast a little bit on this. And then the 2 planes are getting darker and rounding away. The left one I'm going to say is a little bit brighter. Bro, what is going on? Who put on the dementia music? And then we have one plane getting a little bit further away. It feels pretty stiff, right? It feels like, oh, Jake, you're just doing that as an example. Cool example. Now I'll go make my drawing. And I'll maybe think about it a little bit, but I'm just going to do it the same way as always. No, you can literally do this. Because when you take a smudge tool or a blending stump, we'll use this smudge tool. I'm gonna scream, dude. There's too many layers. When you drag the edges into each other a little bit. So can I take a... Will the blending stump work at this scale? I'm getting extra problems too because... Because it's just a really small scale. And Photoshop's lagging. You don't want to overblend. Even that's like overblending a little bit. Hard edges are your friend. Hard edges give you explanations. They give you descriptions. And then where this ramps down a little bit, we'll just drag that stump over a bit. You get something that is much, much more... I'll integrate this a bit too. Much, much more unified and understandable than like all the little changes. And I'll just grab pencil here. And two, we can push this stuff down pretty far. It is quite dark under there. It should be a little bit neater than that. This shadow came in much further on the elbow. Squares off the elbow much better, I think, from what I recall. Same with this muscle here. All right, so set stuff up as 3, and literally everything can be 3. Because what we want to avoid is this type of stuff, where it's really hard to understand what's happening. Like where the groups of muscles are, how they separate. It feels like we have like this... It feels like we have this muscle that is doing like this, which is kind of what the quads do. But then there's like this ripple here, and like it goes off like this, and it goes off like this. This isn't really what the quads do. It's not at all. And it just kind of feels like the form is doing this, which is just way too much. Like the form does not move that much, even if you're quite strong, unless you're like actively flexing. So that just means we just need a lot more unity. We just need a lot more integration. All right, we can have that little fat overlap there. And then all of this can just be worked together a lot more. And again, you'll say, Jake, I get that you're making a point, but this can't possibly make good drawings. It can't possibly make high-level drawings. I need to put the details in. And then you look at some of these. Let me find like a good example. Go to the leg specifically. There is nothing happening here. This is the white of the paper. There is nothing here. And this is one shadow tone, and this is one transition. Nothing. And this is what it looks like. So you don't need more than that unless you can do this. You know? And if you can't do this, then you should try to get to this first, right? You're only punching yourself. You're only shooting yourself in the foot is a better analogy. Until you're, you know, if you're trying to do more than that without being able to get to that. Same with like the foot. All the lights, incredibly unified. One area at the shadow where it's stumped over. You know, I don't even separate my shadows anywhere. I mean, obviously these guys are better than me. I don't need to provide the bravado of not even I am this good. These guys are way better than me. But I overwork my shadows and forget just how crazy the unification can be. I'm trying to find one of the legs. I guess this will work. You know, again, there's like almost no modeling at all. Just the shadow side, transition, light side. So, big ideas, right? Big ideas. My chat. Full screen. Fuck. I spent a long time on that. And not that many of you need it. I started that whole thing off by being like, you guys actually killed it on that. Almost all of you have a really, really strong separation of light and shadow. Because I talk about it all the time, so you probably do know that. Still, like, in these, we're just like a little too hazy, a little bit too detail-oriented when there's like bigger shadows that we can hit. It's the same one. I must have dragged this in twice. I think you submitted twice. Yeah. Okay, let's talk about some construction stuff, I suppose. Oh, wait, before I do that. This guy? You heard somebody say that? And you were like, this is my new god. Everything will always be separated and grouped into shapes. And I think that you have taken this logic so far that you're just hurting yourself with it. Right, like we're allowed to have some fun. We're allowed to make things easy for ourselves. We don't have to do everything in like the most hardest grindy way possible. So it is technically possible to set everything up into perfectly flat shapes and only use a hard round brush. But it is miserable, and it makes it so hard that it makes the job harder. You know, so we end up doing things that just don't really make a lot of sense. You know, again, same issues, but from the opposite end of the spectrum. Where, like, these things are just jumping out a lot. Yes, there is some reflected light here, but it's actually pretty dark. It's 5 out of 10. These shadows are like 3 to 4 out of 10. This is a tough area. A lot going on here. You want to fight that, not by trying to get every single piece into there, but by just trying to simplify it as much as possible. And I know that this leg is... We'll do a little construction. I know that this leg is, in essence, a cylinder that's moving away. Right? And there's light coming from this side. So there's like a shadow. There's a shadow that falls on this side. And there's some bumps and lady lumps and stuff going on in there. Fuck. But let's just lay in our shadow first, right? Lay in our shadow first. We'll lay in our light on the other side. Some shadow coming off of this. Which I'll let it stay as darker. Fuck, why am I... Oh, I'm drawing on the layer. We're screwed. We're so screwed. And it... Honestly, I can't go back and forth because I fucked up the layer. But it is stronger than all of those little shapes. And then if we want to work into that a little bit more... Some of these shadows are just so complicated. We can find a value that's a little bit closer to the shadow group. Pull that tendon out. Pull some of this out. Pull some of this. You know, maybe we smudge a little bit. It's okay to smudge sometimes. It's okay to use some airbrushing. I don't have enough meat on the canvas. Well, I could sample all layers. It's not going to work the way I want it to, though. That's fine. Oh, that's because I'm on the wrong... We can pull some of our lights into our shadows. We can work those edges a little bit. Maybe it gets a little bit soft. So, you know, we just come back in and strengthen it up where it needs to. Fuck you, Photoshop. I'm actually dying. This is ruining my... This is making my life so much harder. We can also make our lives harder by canceling our Adobe subscriptions. Or easier, rather. We don't need to make our lives harder by being subscribed to Adobe. And I would honestly omit... Well, this shadow's coming from here. It just would take a lot of time. And if you don't have the ability, then just make it simple. And it's going to be so much more effective than trying to chase down all of that stuff. You know, again, like there is differentiation between the core shadow and over here with the reflected light, but that differentiation is like 2%. you know, and you're just not a 2% hitter. There's not that many 2% hitters out there. Almost nobody consistently through all of art history. So don't try to be. Just make it easy on yourself. Like, let's just unify stuff together. You got a mid-tone. It's a little bit dark. Let's just lighten it up just a little bit. Let's not chase all those highlights just yet. Let's get the bigger shapes, bigger ideas first. And then we can work the edges. And then we can work the edges, and we'll see. Don't smudge Hatch, brother. It really doesn't matter. I would say hatching out everything a lot more laborious, and you're really not going to build up full tonal relationships. You can, but at some point you're always going to like push stuff together a little bit. And if you're going to do that, why not just smudge? You can smudge and hatch at the same time. That's what I do. Okay. Hey, that was a good talk right there. That's probably the best internet argument I've ever had. Right there. That was great. Just said okay. I love that. Normally that has to devolve into like some hour-long chat about Duchamp and modernism and ateliers and modern approaches to color theory. I love that one just in and out. Speed ran that one. That's awesome. All I can throw in a few was showing a few freaking hatch marks for you, buddy. Like Thanksgiving dinner. Hey, look how much more natural this looks. This looks vaguely reminiscent of a back. And before, it was just a little bit crazy. He looks a little hunchbacked, you know. We do have to get in there and find stuff a little bit more. And I'll talk more about the design of these shapes on somebody else in the next category. I'm spending a little bit too much time here. So, stay tuned. Okay? Very, very, very nice. Very nice. Oh, I put stars on the people that sent time lapses, but I want to keep moving. How the hell do you recognize this? I know that music is like negative 35 decibels. You guys can barely hear the music and you recognize it. It's insane. I can almost not hear it at all. The slime one is mine. That's the guy I slimed out. Who's the slime one? You guys know what time it is. Oh. Right. Like rounding, no rounding. You can also like keep it harder shapes too, but just like unify the values together a little bit more. We don't gotta be so crazy. Oh, I'm doing everyone. Honestly, like all of these are really good. And they just need like a little bit more time in the oven. Just like an extra checkup at the proportional stage. I'm trying to go through more quantity instead of one by one. So like this one I think is just drawn at too small of a scale. Right, it just looks small to me. If you just do it bigger, you'll have more resolution. It'll be easier to work inside of. And just work like a little bit more refined, spend a little bit more time on it. Stuff like this is great. Like you got the paper, you got the charcoal and stump, like you're doing everything. I don't know why I don't have the bottom of this image. Did you not send did you fuck up and not do the feet? Did the feet go off the page and you didn't want to admit it? I'm finding you in the Discord. I'm scrolling for you. Wait. I'll scroll for you, brother. If this doesn't have no feet in it, then your critique is that it needs feet. Where are you? Where did I pull this one out of? Did I scroll past it? You fucker. Where are your feet? They didn't fit on the page, did they? They did not fit on the page, my friend. You gotta get your feet on the page. It happens, man. It's okay. Yeah, just it's just like there's one session where you guys just need to, like, in almost all of these right here, there's just one point where you guys need to back away from your computer or from your drawing tablet for like 40 minutes after 40 minutes of drawing and look at it and just ask yourself what feels wrong, right? It's okay to use feeling words. Like, again, it feels weird because it feels too chunky or too thick or whatever. That's good, right? Now you can attach this to some proportional idea. We already said earlier, if it's too thick, then it needs to be taller or it needs to be thinned out, right? So there's just one area where you guys need to just take a break and step back. If you are doing that, then you're doing a good job. And you just need to keep going. For some of you guys, it's like literally just do more. Like this is solid stuff. Same here. With this one, I would want to see you get closer to filling up the top and the bottom of the page. It's very hard, but if you got a full page and you're putting as much work into it as it looks like you put into this one, then fill her up. Fill her up. And yeah, otherwise it's like very solid. Probably like a little bit too thick, so we can just look for some areas where we can bring it in a little bit. Think about those big shape ideas. Or maybe it just needs to be like a little bit taller too. Sometimes you like squeeze it in a little bit and then make it a little bit taller, and then it fixes it perfectly. This is great. Like, you're doing all the right stuff on this one though. So don't get discouraged at my feet talk, my feet obsession. Same with these, like, I hope you had those two pieces of paper taped together originally. But just like, it's just a little bit more planning, setting up those head heights, setting up the big envelope, checking the halfway point. Like I said earlier, I have to restart the file. Krista, looking very good, very clean as always. I think you are just a little detail oriented. This is what I say every time. So we just have to be careful. I think tough because I know that you do put a lot of time and care into these, so it's not like a just extra session thing. It's more of a big idea thing. And maybe learning some of those basic standardized proportions would be good. Like halfway. Let's just check if this guy from here to like pit of the crotch, that's where the pubic bone is. Okay, a little bit higher than he is taller. So likewise here to here. Yeah. It should go over his head. I did it. Fuck me. Photoshop is just, I'm getting trolled today. Yeah, so like just checking stuff like that would be very good. I think all of a sudden it's going to feel a lot more accurate. Really, all that stuff is fine. Just be careful, I think. I think you can use a few more straight lines. Some of the stuff gets a little bit curvy. All the rendering ideas are being applied pretty well. Would straighten it up a little bit and just look for like areas that you can just hook in the anatomy a little bit. So maybe for somebody who, I just know your work, so I know that you're probably a little bit on the slower and more cautious end. I would try to get the feet, the head, you know, maybe mark out your proportions if you want, and try to just look for, and you can practice this in like 30-minute, 40-minute smaller sketches in your notebook, in your sketchbook. Try to just get the big ideas down like early. Where the inside of the ankle is going to wind up. You know, all this is on a plumb line. Try to ground out that figure as early as possible, and don't worry about being messy. There's not, I wouldn't say that to everybody here. But there's some people who just need to, their mistakes come from being too messy, and there's some people who their mistakes come from being too clean. All right, so try to hit those big relationships a little bit earlier on and get as much of the figure on the page as possible in like 5 minutes, like just something super big like that. And then you can maybe measure out all the specific head heights and just double check the placement of stuff and look for your plumb lines. This might, if the person who said that about 18 by 24 is this person, then that's fine. If it is 18 by 24, then just the rest of the critique applies to you too. Okay, cool. Let's do Anime Bro real quick because I think this is interesting. He made a time lapse, and I actually really do like to watch the time lapses. I haven't watched all of them on the stream, at least. I think this is like a tendency, what I'm going to talk about here too. I think this is like a, went to the next one. This is a tendency with people in like the anime or stylized drawing areas, is there's like a insane obsessiveness on construction and anatomy. And I mean, it's really important to know that stuff if you're going to draw a lot from your imagination, but it becomes so much about, again, like the idea and the aesthetics of knowing the construction and the anatomy, that it doesn't actually get used in ways that is always helpful. And I think this drawing has like 5 layers of construction. There's like the base block out, and then you do that construction, and then you do like this construction, and then you go in and you try to render it, and then you do a cleanup, and then you do like, maybe you merged layers and made them blue, and then you're like back to your cleanup. You have like a full serratus interior and external obliques here with a lat going over. And then you're doing your pass. Like I'm not convinced that everything needs like 5 layers and 3 cleanup passes. I think that sometimes, full cam, there we go. Who was next to him? I don't know, some dude. None of my business. Photoshop? Try again. Especially when we're doing a study. Like, it is okay to, like, look at stuff sometimes. It's okay to look at the references sometimes. And even if you are very stylized, try to get some of the, like, the big ideas, the big characteristic shapes. Because I'll tell you what, like, even the French Academy drawings are stylized too. They do just take, like, the big shape relationships of things. Maybe I can find a good example of this. But the level of simplification in them is pretty crazy sometimes. Trying to find a good one. Ones on my site are all pretty well rendered. Yeah, I like these drawings by Pouzard. This guy was like, these aren't like, these are all very good drawings, but they're not incredibly finished. Like, the actual detail on what's going on in them is very, 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 it's almost nothing. Actually, I love this one. Like, there's almost nothing going on inside of this head. So it's really just this like hard brow and this strong chin and mustache. It's the general shape ideas. So that type of stuff like applies super directly to stylize. Why does the drawing have an extra foot of abs? Well, there's almost no one here who nailed the proportions, right? But actually, yeah, some of the anatomy is just being put down. Being put down again, like, to show you no anatomy, but I'm not sure that it, like, is even all that accurate. Because you're almost never going to see the top two abs on anyone in real life ever. Sometimes you see, like, a little ripple here if they're, like, very strong or in a dynamic position where they're using their abs. All right, this comes down. Look at where the belly button is. It's pretty much in line with the waist. All right, so if our waist is... Our hip bones are going to be like here, which is where this is sitting on. And our belly button can be like here. These two abs, they sit above the belly button. The belly button is where that top six pack or top 4-pack transitions afterwards into the lower. These two longer lower abs, which are like this big actually. And then this would be like where the pit of the crotch is, the pubic bone. So we have like, this is where like the pit of the crotch would be on this drawing. It doesn't really make sense, right? We want to have space for our hip bones. But we can use some of like the shape ideas too. I don't want to ruin your stylizing, but I do want to make it more accurate. So I'll do my best. I don't really know how to draw in this style, and it's not going to look like it at all. You know, I would look like this. Trapezius is coming through his face, like it's connecting up to the back of the skull. If we want to explain, you're a very construction-oriented person, so I'll explain where things connect. The trapezius connects to those suboccipital bone right back here, right? It's those big two lumps that you can feel behind your, on the back of your head. Actually, that's where the sternocleidomastoid attaches. If you feel the back of your head, there's like a plate where it moves up and it hits a bump. There's the cheekbone here. And then we have the brow bone of the skull. This is where the skull comes out. And then we have the chin. And that chin comes out and around. And the jaw connects up to the skull. And the skull has these two mastoid processes. This is where the SCM connects. And then we have this like shelf. It goes out and over. This is where your barber is going to fade you up from. All right, so the traps come off of that shelf. The trap muscles. No, I love Russian academic art too. And a lot of the Russian stuff looked very similar to the French stuff in the 19th century. It's basically very similar. French academic art doesn't exist anymore, and Russian academic art does exist, but it's different than 19th century stuff. So I would look for some of those shape relationships. You know, he also has like a really long neck, so that's something that if I wanted to capture the likeness of this guy, I would pull that up. Right, and I would make it feel like this is very flat and pushed down. And there's this nice rhythm that moves through here, through the abs. We want to capture that movement. We don't need all the muscles to capture that movement. This is where rib cage is. And then the rib cage off of the front of the rib cage. This is the pelvis. This is the pit of the crotch. Here's our underwear. Ribcage has that arch in the front. This is where it connects to the neck. Off the 10th ribs like this, we get our column of abs. This column, like a cylinder or a tube. I'm exaggerating it. So the form wraps around the oblique, and then over the center column, and then around the oblique on the other side. So we want to make sure that we find that big mass first. I don't really care that much about the separation of the abs. All right, this comes out and pulls into here. That looks fine. And then this comes over like this. And then this, we get a little overlap here. So it's okay to use some of the shape relationships and the things that you see in order to get a more accurate likeness. You know, like what are the elements of this guy's face? If I was going to animate this guy, I probably wouldn't make him a triangle. Have a triangle chin, because that's just not what his face doesn't look like this. You know, if I was going to stylize this guy, he has a very diamond-shaped head. And again, I don't know these stylizations, so this might look horrible, but you can take the essence of it. A little bit thinner. Right, he's got a very diamond-shaped head. And like, even if you go back and you look at Andrew Loomis, Andrew Loomis's book, like he talks about this. People draw the Loomis method the same way every time, which is what he specifically says not to do in the book. But in the first few pages of the book, he's like, some people have faces that are made of squares. Right, this is your drill sergeant. Everything on him is a square. Or maybe he's more like your meathead guy. Some people have faces that are like diamonds. This is like some Chad high elf. Maybe even his eyebrows would come up like this. Really long nose. Right, this is a guy who's like a lot of triangles and diamonds in his face. Some people, super rounded. So if you're gonna make a caricature of somebody, like, look at what caricature artists do. They take those features and they play them up to their extreme. Maybe she'd have like a bob cut. I have no idea how to fucking draw that. I hate when I do this stuff live. She'd have the take me to your manager cut, I guess. There we go. And you could round that even more if you want to be more rounded. There's like certain characteristic things that if you want somebody to look like somebody, then you have to take those shapes. And it actually doesn't matter at all how accurate you are. If you have the right shapes, then it will still look like them. And that's how caricature artists work. Like caricature artists have these like insane faces where like the nose is this big and the eyes are this big and the mustache is huge. And then the rest of the face looks like this. Like no human in the world looks like that, but that might look like me or something, right? Will Halftone Studio ever go on sale? It was on sale for Black Friday and Christmas. Sorry, bud. It's probably not going to be on sale for a little while now. Okay. That's the type of stuff I want to talk about. A lot of good diagrams with that one. Let's move on to the last group of people. Sorry if I didn't get to you all. Life is hard. Burger. Burger, burger, burger. Mashed potato. Burger King. When is the next stream gonna be? I don't know. The problem is like I'm just studying so much lately, and I don't like studying on stream because I draw really bad on stream. I just draw worse when I'm streaming because so much of my mental energy is taken up on entertaining you guys or talking to you guys. And streams aren't really like I just do these because I like my community and I like helping you guys out. And but I don't make any money off of this. This is just something I do because I like you guys. And it's not something that grows my channel either. So if I'm like gonna work on content, then I should just make a video or I should make shorts. So that's why I don't stream that often. But I do want to make some more streaming stuff. I don't know. Not sure. Try animation for a bit. I think that's a good idea. Animation or maybe making a very short one-shot comic is a very good idea. I think that type of stuff is coming up. Okay. I'm going to be studying with a character designer. 'Cause, like, I don't know. I don't make any money off of this. This is not something I do because I like you guys. And it's not something that grows my channel either. So if I'm like gonna work on content, then I should just make a video or I should make shorts. So I'm going to be studying with a character designer. until January. Our character concept artist. And then all February, I'll be working with someone who did industry work for a bunch of animation movies, concepting. So that's on my study path. That's because I want to flesh out some dark fantasy stuff. Can you take a look at the time lapse major? I already looked at your drawing, man. I really don't care at all if I was 100% wrong in my analysis of liquefying or whatever, or tracing. Like I said like 5 times now, it's not about you. I'm just trying to talk about values, because there's a lot of people here who use those tools, and I want to talk about why you shouldn't use those tools. So moving on. You want to make short stories? I think that's kind of my goal with some of the dark fantasy stuff. Well, I need to make short stories before I make long stories. I want to make stories eventually. I already do make stories. All my videos are stories. I think that's the purpose of art. To tell stories. So we got some JDD Discord heavy hitters here. These are the Charcoal and Stump Squad. Nathaniel never, I think his name is Nathaniel Northwest or something, his Discord name. This guy never talks in the chat, but he's posted some really good charcoal figures. So good job if you're watching this. I've seen them all, and you've been progressing at a really nice rate. Michael, too. Same deal. He's only been doing these charcoal figures for less than a year or so. And actually, same with Jacob. This is just a small sketch by Jacob. That's not a charcoal and stump. He's traveling or something. He's using graphite. Same with Fruitfly over here. He's been doing some stuff too. What is part 3 of the Dark Fantasy vid? I imagine there's going to be like a fucked up, dark, twisted fantasy in it. We'll have to see though. Probably for all of you guys. I've made the recommendation for both of you in the past, and it's something you've worked on, but it's something you should probably keep working on, is just building out more constructive stuff. Not copying from references every time. You still want to work from references, but trying to work in a more interpretive way, or trying to do stuff from memory is going to be a really good idea. Trying to build out different ideas of construction in your head, little models and diagrams and stuff. When I was at this stage and I was having a really hard time getting to the next stage, what completely changed my mind, blew my brain. It blew my brain until I minded. Whatever that was, moved me to the next level. Wasn't actually drawing, but it was 3D. I'd highly, highly, highly recommend you guys just do some sculpting in 3D. Learn some Blender, learn some ZBrush. You can do it in oil-based clay too, because normal clay is just a pain in the ass. But you can get some like monster clay or something if you want. Sculpting in 3D is going to help you an insane amount. You can make little wire armatures. There's a video on Proco 3D. It's an offshoot of Proco, I guess. It has a lot of really good videos on it, actually. I think some of the content on there is like very, very good. Just because I like the 3D guys a lot, actually. The 3D guys, anyone who does 3D for a living, just has an understanding of form that is so far beyond any of the 2D people. And I mean, obviously, they work in 3D. But you look at people like Ryan Kingsleyan on Instagram. You look at people like Rafa Souza. This is a Brazilian dude. Ryan Kingsleyan, I think is his name is. That's spelled wrong. It's something like that. He does a bunch of shorts, so you've probably seen them already. There's a few other 3D guys that I really like. But their understanding... Oh, yeah, Glauco. This guy's name is Glauco Longhai. Really good. This is totally spelled wrong too, but deal with it. Oh Galacco. Okay, that's his first name. And if you search that, you'll get far enough. That really, I know that you think you understand, maybe you don't think you understand, but I know that you feel like you are working in three-dimensional space, but just actually, when you are in ZBrush or Blender or whatever it is, and you're putting down brush strokes like this of actual clay and building mass, and each one you put down is getting lighter, and it looks exactly like digital painting, but it's 3D. Like, there is just something that clicks in your brain where you're like, holy shit, digital painting is just 3D modeling, but I have the viewport fixed in one direction. There is no difference whatsoever, and that changed a lot for me. So for all of you, I would really recommend that, just to help you push through on to that next level of form. I'd also recommend imaginative drawing or character sketching or whatever. Reading chat. Jake, I got an updated version of mine. I don't know who you are. I don't know which one of these you are. Probably not going to pull it in. Is it going to be okay? Sorry for scaring you, chat. Oh, maybe Dear Madness is... Oh, okay, you're Void Prophet. I don't remember which one of these you are. Because what I want to see that would move all of these to the next level... Probably Jacob's the farthest along in these. Is there just tends to be a little bit too much generalization of values. Because what you can learn from this charcoal and stump technique is you actually really don't have to know any anatomy, like I said earlier. As long as you get the big proportions right, you get like a nice flow, you separate your lights and shadows, and you pull your gradients from the shadows out to the lights, you can get it looking like this, which is really good. This looks to me a little bit... If you only push in this direction, I'm going to make Shap mad. It starts to look like Florence Academy drawings, which are like so sometimes very close to the Ecole stuff, but they never get there because the Ecole stuff, and that's not a value judgment, it's just a style difference. The Ecole stuff isn't very focused too much on getting your general gradients and getting these big light to dark transitions. The Ecole stuff is extremely sculptural and very hard-edged. Like, you can see the separation between all the different value groups. I have a really good example of this. Whereas the Florence Academy stuff, it's very focused on hitting those big gradients of lights and dark. The best example of this is this one. This drawing is fucking crazy. It is insanely sculptural. Very hard-edged. Like, look how three-dimensional this thing is. Look how strong it feels. The separation of light and dark is really nice. But it is so sculptural. It feels like it was hacked in place like a chisel out of a block of wood. It's just crazy. And just how hard this edge is here, how strong these angles are. Like, this is great to look at. And this is what separates the 19th century stuff from some of the schools today, some of the more impressionist or maybe optical leaning schools today, is the 19th century stuff is actually, just because they don't do the construction lines doesn't mean they don't know it. They are extremely, extremely sculptural, and they are very, very good at form, and they understand this stuff stupidly well. And it's very apparent when you look at some student paintings, like some of the paintings by Oxelli. I always say Alexi, sorry. Oxelli, Gallon, Kellen. I'm sorry to the Finns out there. I'm disrespecting my people. Some of his paintings are a little bit awkward. They're very awkward. Let me see if I can find one in my own files. Where would that be? This is where Ramon is better than me. He's got all this stuff. He's already given this example 100 times. Yeah, here we go. The best one to do an example of. Sorry, guys. When you get close to these paintings, copy this in. I'm just trying to censor a little bit of nudity because I don't like to push it with YouTube too much. Especially when it comes to the paintings. With the drawings, I haven't had too much trouble, but the paintings get really realistic sometimes, so. Like, that level of clarity is always apparent in the figures too. Like, you can see that's just the super hard edge, transition, and lights. Big brush strokes. Some of them look a little bit chunky even, especially some of the student paintings where on these, and I do this all the time too, it really drives me crazy, and I'm trying to stop doing this because it's clearly rubs off on you guys a little bit, and it's just not very 19th century. You don't see like this general spillover of light. What you would see is like this form in the middle, the form on the side, you know, or the tops of the toes and the front of the toes. And you get less gradients within the form. So just like a little bit more hard-edged and carved out. And it's just really tempting. It's always really tempting to just pull, and just gradient everything, and now we're back to where we started. We really only want to just do like a little bit here and a little bit here, and it takes a lot of confidence to just leave it. Right, that's what we want to strengthen up. And you can see that in a lot of places in this drawing where I think it's just a little bit too general, which is probably where I would want people to get to first. If you're just starting out and you're doing this, that's great. But I'm telling this person because they are starting to get it pretty consistently now. So I want them to make clearer choices. And this is where like knowing anatomy starts to help. You know, we get side planes here. Left, really mostly up-facing planes, but maybe slightly left and up-facing planes get the most light. So pull our stump in the direction of the muscles too. Slightly harder carve-outs. Where we have those shadows, we push them in a little bit further. Where we have those edges, we have no fear, and we just leave them as edges, even if they're a little bit too strong. It's very easy just to like take a stump and just go back and forth a little bit. And it's just going to denote front plane, side plane. I did it again. I'm on the layer. A little bit better. A little bit better. It's just, I can't give most of the people this advice because they're going to do what I was telling one of the people over here about, where they're not making those changes within the groups. You need to be able to make those changes and not overblow them. All right? But also not over-unify them. So it gets a little bit tricky. It's a little bit tricky. But you're doing a really good job. And that's what the stump is for. The stump is just like a unifying tool. But we got to be careful not to use it too much. Or not, you can use it as much as you want, but not ruin the structure of it, stuff with it. And that's what I'm going to say for pretty much all of you. Jacob, where you're sketching a little bit, that certainly goes for Michael. but this goes for Michael too. Like where you're sketching a little bit and where you're looking for those anatomy hooks, like Ellie Delaney's drawings. I just couldn't remember the name there. Don't be afraid to just come in with some stronger hatch marks. And this is just like a knowledge gap, I think. You can look at Greek sculptures too. Farnese Hercules is a great example. For just insane over-the-top musculature. And don't be afraid to have some harder angle breaks. Some more precise accenting. And some forms that just click into each other a little bit more. When that big toe comes around, come out and around, maybe a little bit over the top, out and around, and then up like this, up like this, and then we put the back part of the toenail on. I gotta make this bigger, I can't see what I'm doing. Side of the foot. Big toe comes out. Comes out. Is our toenail. Right. Same with all the other feet. Toes. That pinky tucks in. Each of those toes gets their own little step. And then generally you have a halftone or highlight on one of those steps and a highlight on the other of those steps, depending on the lighting situation. Just some little form simplification and ideas that you can get, I think, just through pushing to the next layer, the next level. Same with the knee, right? We have the knee. We got a little fat pad on top of the knee. These fat pads under the knee. The knee bone is like a shield in here. You get a tendon that runs through the center. And we end up getting this mushroom shape. Ramon's anatomy classes are great too if you want to pick one up. He does a better job of explaining these little simplifications than anyone else, other than Will Weston too. You can look at Will Weston's anatomy lectures as well. Did I copy a Julian plate? Sure. Julian plates are like a little bit, like the hatching's like a little crazy. And they're very hard to do. But they can certainly be helpful and help you understand. Cool. You know, Pot, I'm going to lump you in with pretty much all the same advice that I just gave those guys. Just because, like, you're soupy for no reason. You got to put down the airbrush sometimes, man. I love you, but we need to have a talk about the airbrush. Been listening to some airbrush supporters in my Discord a little bit too much. Right? Remember we have the obliques. There's this little pad on the side. Then we hit the central column, the two abs, right? And then we have the obliques on the other side, right? So we get this one bump, we hit the wall, go over, come back, and then the other bump, right? Or like this. In other words, something like this, just to over accentuate it. Right here is where you're going to be thinking about this central ab column. Right, and so if we have light coming from the left, then the middle, that central column I just pointed out, is going to be within one value family. And we're going to have a plane that transitions on the side. So we just, you've souped all the structure out of this drawing, which is a shame because the drawing itself like isn't bad. All right, so we just want to pick some areas to make those hard edges, to make those transitions. And then, you know, we can always soften them up too. You gotta know when to use the airbrush though. Maybe a smudge tool will be good too. Airbrush on demand. Oh, this is Oksana. She sent a time lapse. Let's watch that. Let's watch that. Let's see. I could just search. I'm in fucking streamer mode, so I won't show your name. Ah, here it is. It's kind of like the reverse approach of the anime advice I gave. Where I think you have like a few too many cleanup passes. Or it's not, you don't really take that many like full different passes. But you're going through like a few different levels of resolution. And I don't think they're all like serving you as much as they could be, right? So I think the end result is pretty solid. But I don't think you need to start out quite so messy, right? Like there is like a very nice level of starting out messy that I think is important to like keeping gesture and staying loose and not getting too caught up on ideas. But you're probably somebody that I can make the prescription to try being a little bit more locked in at the beginning. Like I would start out your next figure drawing by putting down the plumb line, separating it out, counting your heads out, 7.5, however that many that may be. And then try to go through this stuff. Like you can still keep it very loose, but you won't have quite so many problems. And I think that like slower practice is going to be helpful for you. So that when you do go back to the longer stuff, and like, even here it's like pretty easy. Like, okay, probably just naturally need a little bit more on that. When you do go back to the faster stuff, you're going to have a more natural feel for where those proportions should be, just because you counted them out early on a few times slowly. So otherwise, it's looking pretty solid. The separation of light and dark is fine. I think you can like push into one further level of resolution too. I would recommend traditional if it's possible to you to do this stuff. Because you have like the separation of light and darks. I think you have the big areas of light and dark. But all of your lights are like the white of the paper. I think it's time that we can start creeping them in and also look for like the general light fall off of the image too. So remember how the legs are, even the highlights on the legs are darker than the highlights here, and the highlights here are darker than the highlights here, right? So there's like a general gradient too that we're missing. Like when I said this one is like over gradiented, you're under gradiented. You pretty much have no gradient, right? And I'm being a little over the top here, but... If I blast out some of this, that's even too much. All right, like that big light dark fall off is going to help you explain stuff a little bit more. Anyone is able to submit, yes. And submit for critique. Cool, 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 cool. Hot, I said the same thing to you. I mean, it looks accurate. I would just want to see it pushed further. I don't know your process, so it's hard. I'm pretty sure you go to an atelier or something, though, so I probably don't have that much, you know. You probably have your own ideas about this stuff. Yeah, I'd really have to see your process at this point, because the drawing was pretty accurate. You're thinking about the big ideas, and I think the gesture and the weight is right, so there's not much more I can say there without it being pushed further or seeing that time lapse. So, this looks good. Good job. Got a couple left here. This is Void Prophet. Did you... I don't know why I put this in the last category if this one didn't have hands or feet. No offense. But this was a category 2 drawing. It doesn't have hands or feet. Looking at the Discord. Oh, he's the second feet offender. Okay, yeah. Your critique is a lot as the same of these people, but also just setting it up on the page, right? That those big envelope ideas, those big proportion ideas, not going too far. Oh, thanks so much, Oksana, for the €2. I appreciate that. Big ideas. The small ideas are probably fine in this. They're good enough. But there's nothing more important than getting it on the page. So you're going to jail with Cryptified. All right, we got Fruit Fly here. Fruit Fly, this looks good. I would recommend trying to dig into some anatomy or some anatomy simplifications, just because the shapes on this back get really complicated. And I think it's kind of a fruitless effort to... Pun. I think it's kind of a Pyrrhic victory to chase this one down to getting the shapes all as accurate to the photo as possible. Whereas you would have a lot more luck just building out the construction. So that's going to have to come from knowing the anatomy, of course. And my back anatomy is quite bad, just to be honest. So probably some of the things I'm going to say, there are people who would scoff at my anatomy. So but we'll see. This is our rib cage here. And we want to find where our scapulas are. Scapulas are these Dorito shapes. I go to the ball of the humerus. And here's the other one. The interesting thing about scapulas, though, is that they're not really connected to the ribcage at all, so they can lift up and do all sorts of crazy stuff. So we have this one that's... I'm on the fucking layer. But this one's going to be tilted away a little bit more like this. Then we got that humerus in there. The traps, they come off the back of the head and they connect up to these arms of the scapula. Okay. Last drawing on the right mug. They connect in like this. Generally, we'll see an indent or a bump here where we have the cervical vertebrae. The scapulas come down the sides. Or sorry, the traps come down the side of the scapulas here, and they connect in like this. So the way Ramon sells this is, and I like this, so I'll just steal it. The trapezius is I don't remember how he does this. It's like a happy little starfish. This is not as nice as he makes it. But it's basically like a happy little star. Right, we have these two wings that go out. And then they come back and they plug into the middle of the back. And then we have... So what's happening here is that scapula is being pulled back because this arm's being pulled back, and we're getting this like bunching, this grouping of these muscles, which are kind of bunching up, and they're connecting in, or riding up on each other like this. That's what's causing that big bulging sense right in here. Whereas these ones are getting stretched out all the way, so they're very, very thin actually. And then we get these, the ribs are flowing like this. Oh, shit. The ribs are flowing like this in this area. You can see the spinal erector muscles in here, which is somewhat rare. The way that I think of those, and I'm really not kidding here, this is the way I was shown by my Russian teacher when I studied in Italy for a few months. He didn't describe it this way, but I never got this image out of my mind. It's just straight up a cock and balls, but no balls. The spinal erector muscles, they go up along the side of the spine in this shape on either side. And then there's like a lower level of muscles that come out like this. And so I tell you that because now you'll never forget them. But they're often very small. And on a skinny guy like this, you're kind of just seeing these. There's a whole bunch of different muscles in here. So you're going to have to make some decisions about what you see. This is the pelvis and the sacrum. Sacrum's that tailbone. Right, it's going down to the butt. Spine connects to the sacrum. And actually the obliques, this is not in the best proportion, but the obliques, they connect back here and they run around to the front side. So they actually connect like this and come out to the front side of the body, moving around the body. Everyone's writing down their cock and ball tip. Extends over like this. All right, so we're kind of flowing out and around the body. So those are the big masses we want to look for. There's a bunch of muscles too. There's a bunch of muscles too that ride along the scapula and align with it and go towards the ball of the humerus. Let me grab a clean version of your drawing, and I'm just going to try to group stuff together a little bit better. Any day now, I'll scroll to it. So I think that's in the photo, there's some really confusing stuff. There's a lot of like wobbly edges. And I think that those are opportunities to make decisions, to tell a story of what's going on. And if you just subside to all of them, it's just really hard to look at. Like it's a little too chaotic. And I think chasing the shapes is just not the best idea. So we really want to find, how we can get the big ideas down. All right, so we're coming out here. We're riding down the spine. Coming along the side here. Flowing this way. This is along the back of the scapula. And we'll just try to make a strong group here, at least to start, to show the side of that scapula. How am I still on the fucking layer? Hey, we're committed at this point. And then we're bunching those muscles up. Right along the edge of that. Give that tone that rides along the edge. I will grab just a smudge brush here. Push that a little bit. We get a clearer distinction. What's going on? Same with here. Gonna put a little dirty stump into here. The name of the dive bar I am opening up. And, maybe we can have like a little bit of flowing out here. And I just kind of integrate it a bit. And I'd also find just some areas I really want to strengthen as well. And I could certainly do a better job at this. Like I said, my anatomy, my like really technical anatomy, and this is like a tough thing to hyper focus on. It wouldn't really even be as explained in the resolution that you're doing it in, even on like a French Academy drawing. And this is like under the wing of the scapula here, so definitely want to make a few accenting marks here. Maybe to show that this is the underside of that that's lifting up. Like this. Let me do some stumping over here. And just a little bit of erasing to show how these masses are coming out. So you're getting there. I would just not try to chase so many of the small things, because otherwise it looks pretty good. And if we have super dark cast shadow values, then we want to make sure that if this is our dark cast shadow, then we want to make sure that this whole mass is going to be lighter than this. just as a reference. Yeah. That's pretty much it. So yeah, that's pretty much it. The JDD Discord back drama is it's crazy. Just a little bit more like aggressive grouping. Just these little shapes are they don't add that much. And if you know the anatomy, you can put them in. But decide what they are and put the form in clearly. And if you don't know, then just mass it together. Even that like jumps out too much. It's very, very hard. Very good. I'm going to say the exact same thing. Oh, you're probably the person that was just talking in chat. Oh, you made an updated version, didn't you? It's not in the crit channel. I should just lock the channel after it starts. It's not in the crit channel. Frankly, it's fine if it doesn't update. Okay, you're just going to have to tank this crit. A lot of the exact same thing I just said for him. You should also work larger. It just feels very small, and I think you're having a hard time like chasing all these details when it's at a really small scale. You know, stuff like this is just not. If it's in the shadow, then it's in the shadow. If it's catching light, it's catching light. But I think it's in the shadow. Yes, even though it's light, it's nowhere near even the light of the dark parts of our skin. Make sure to always integrate that stuff together. When we have bits of anatomy, or, you know, when we have pieces of the body, like this is working. Try to make sure that that ankle feels like it's coming in and really connecting to something. I think you have that pretty well there. Then we have like this back here, goes in. We're going to maybe step out a little bit here on the side. Looks pretty good. There's another out from the other side, you know, not just pulled off of this line, but out, maybe a slight overlap. We have where those feet are. Looks pretty good. I would recommend that you just work larger if you can. And also maybe just lighten up the values a little bit in our contrasting areas. Just so things don't get quite so muddy. I know you're pretty close though. And it looks like it's keyed in pretty well to this, but I'm certain that areas like this are much darker, more unified. It's a lot of the same stuff though, so I'm not going to dwell on it too long. Apologies, I know everybody, I already talked about that leg. I know everybody wants their special crit time, but I just can't do it 60 times in a row. It's pretty good. Keep doing it. Do more. Same with Canvas. Canvas is a really unique way of working, and I really like his work. I don't think you think a ton about construction and stuff, though, just from what I've seen. I think there are... like, all the values and colors are working really well. I would probably just try to push some of the construction of this stuff. I don't know how much of a drawing... Oh, yeah, you do some drawing. Right, like, this is our chest. We really want to, like, push this feeling of the twist, right? And you've done a great job, like, adding some style or narrative to this, too. Which I really like. We want to, like, push this, like, rotation. Areas back here. Where we want to push this in. This, we want this to be rib cage. obliques. I think we just need like a little bit more room on this, by the way, too. And also make sure we have enough room just for the pelvis as well. Probably, yeah, like this. We pull this just thigh off a little bit more inwards so that it feels like it's connecting up to a pelvis that's seated slightly lower. I think that immediately feels a lot more natural. And also we feel like a little thick here, so I'd just like thin it out. Just squeeze some stuff out a little bit. Maybe even pull that thigh in a lot. Those thighs do go in quite a bit. And I would probably try to just integrate this a little bit more. Maybe even push the underside shadows of this stuff. I know you kind of have like this washed out feeling, but I think it's a little bit hard to see where the edges are of some of this. All that feels pretty good. Pushing some of those ideas, separating out the side a little bit more. And you have like all this stuff like 90%. And also I know you're like a lot better at a lot of stuff than me, so. There's only so much I can say. But I would try to just really push the action of the pose, because I know that matters to you much more than anything else. Which is great. I really wanted to do that with this one as well. I was kind of torn between accuracy and trying to push the idea of it. And if you split the difference, you undershoot both, and it just feels bad. And I'm not saying you split the difference too much. I'm saying that's what I was thinking about while working. Felt like I was splitting the difference. Fuck you, Photoshop. Fuck you, Photoshop. I'm not even clicking. Fuck you, Photoshop. Oh, Mug is Mug Joshua? There might be, I'm not sure if you're like super into construction and stuff. But there probably is some level of like standardized proportion type stuff that you can learn and integrate into your work pretty easily that will just save you a bit of time and make things like a little bit easier in setting your figures up. But it's hard to tell just from one drawing. Why don't I have a cursor now? Oh, the 12,000 pixel canvas has brought Photoshop to its knees. What is going on? All right, there we go. Yeah, I feel you. He's probably just gonna talk about larger forms more and harder accenting. Let's see, Joshua, let's see. It's really good, like really solid. It's just like a little bit of like proportional tweaks and stuff, which you probably would have maybe caught in another session. And whether it's worth the time to you to like dive in on like a deeper layer of anatomy and like working out more strong form changes. All right, I've already fucked up this layer. Photoshop, you need to End game. I'm restarting Photoshop real quick. Delete Minecraft. Stop talking in third person. What the fuck is happening? What is going on? I actually don't know what's happening. How does this happen? Wait, I have an idea. It's only happening because it's a massive canvas and it's just bugging out. I'll just grab your drawing individually. The Photoshop situation is crazy. Not a very good Charlie voice that time. I didn't put my heart and my soul into it. I send the updated version, dog. Why you gotta take it at such a weird... I didn't use it because it's at a worse angle. Hold on. I'll fix it. I think that's right. Did a drive-by photo on this one? Is that what's happening? I'll only accept the updated version of my drawing. It's gonna get a worse critique than the first version. Yeah, what the fuck? Why is my pen broken? We just gotta bite the nib. Okay, I'm just gonna use the mouse. It's the last one. I don't care. I've given up. Yeah, let me see. What do you think I was gonna say? He's probably just gonna talk about focusing on larger forms. I think the larger forms here are mostly fine. It just looks like some proportional stuff. It's not as hyper-focused on small things as it was 6 months ago, so that's good. I think that's really good. I don't know if writing like form is king exclamation point on your drawing makes it any better. I've been certainly... I've certainly been guilty of it a few times in my past. I think Joshua reminds me of myself very much so when I was 19. Yeah, I think there's like some plumb line stuff here. Let's see. Inner ankle to inner ear. That looks pretty good. I think there's some shape idea stuff too. Like I think it's really important to get this big shape on here. Because his head really is that massive hair. There definitely is some proportional stuff. The head's feeling pretty big to me. 1 to the nipples, looks good. 2 to the belly button. 3 to just below the pit of the crotch. So maybe it's just the lower half of the drawing that's bad. 1 to the bottom of the knee. 2. Yeah, I think we're just a little short in the lower half of the drawing. Let's do that. Yeah, just double checking that stuff at a slightly earlier stage. It happens to all of us, though. I think it takes a really long time to get good proportions, even if you know how to. We got our plumb line in for the knee. Or the inner ankle, outer ankle, a little bit outside the head. Yeah, so we probably want to pull this out a little bit. Oops. Wonderful. I keep trying to grab my tablet pen and it doesn't work. And then I think you do a nice job here of like, okay, this is the far side, this is the middle side, and this is the near side. But then I think you gum it up a bit in the actual drawing. And I think you can, there's no like, I say this because I think of it a lot. I always think the big simplification stuff is like a great demo, and then I go back to how I always work. But you can keep pushing the big simplification stuff beyond... Did you push? Yeah, it's still apparent. You can keep pushing the big simplification stuff far beyond what you could ever even imagine. Like, it is insane how far you can push it. And you really don't need to, like, soften up everything. The stronger and harder your changes are in, the more clear they are, and the more it makes sense. And then you just need, like, a couple edges to imply whatever you want to imply, right? Like, oh, this is solid. This whole area I would give probably knock it down one tone. Yeah, and then we get the 1 value. And then we'll have this, the far value too. And we just hit it with a little bit of sample there. And we just hit it with like a little bit of stump. It's not going to want me to do that. We hit it with like a little bit of stump just to give the form transition. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. The reason why I say that your work reminds me of mine is because I think you also work like you have something to prove. Because I was also in a uni where nobody cared about this stuff. And I wanted to work in a way that seemed very legitimate. But I think you can accept some stuff being a bit challenging some of the ideas a little bit, then your work will be able to grow a bit more. I know it's a very vague statement. It's a very vague statement, and you can ignore it if you want. It really just takes time. Not much I can talk about it. I lost my kneaded eraser. Okay. That's good. I was just about to say it looks like you lost it. I was actually just about to say that. Far plane. You know, all this stuff is probably on the far plane. Just like very clear. I think genuinely everything is 3. Everything is 3 planes. If you can set every big form up with 3 planes, it is going to be so much stronger, so much more structural, have that sculptural feel that's in the 19th century work. You know, we'll have like top light plane, a side middle plane. Really, this doesn't even need 3. If you can do it in less than 3, that's great. Same with the head. You get like a side plane, middle plane, front plane. You want to bring a little bit of the middle plane into the side plane, a little bit of the side plane into the middle plane. Only ever need pretty much 3 values. It works exceptionally well. And then just watch where you had like this was much lighter than the shadow on the leg. But that, you know, that doesn't really make sense, right? Like the black fur is always going to be lighter than the shadow on the leg. I have no idea how this is even so dark if it's graphite. So that's normally what you work in. Pulled out the 32B on that one. Okay, yeah. It's good. Like, I think you have the ideas, but I think you can use them more literally. And also, you can just always stand to check your proportions and stuff, just the big ideas, and look for like the big shape ideas first. So I used to think that proportions were just like measure a bunch and compare a bunch and triangulate a bunch of stuff. Crit stream. Holy shit. I think my Photoshop's crashing. Oh my god. I used to think that getting good accuracy was just like measuring a bunch with your pencil and triangulating, getting all the angles right, and all that stuff a million times until it was perfect. And like that is one way to get accuracy, but it's really just one way to close in on something like a photo. And if you want to work in a little bit more of a sculptural way, if you want to have more of a connection to form ideas. Oh, is my stream dying? I think Photoshop is just like literally fucking killing me. I did not save any of that. I didn't save that crit. You can pull it from the stream. We should be good now. How do you combat graphite shininess? Use charcoal. Graphite. Oh god. Fuck, I was making a really good profound point and now I'm getting stun locked. Graphite is good at making small sketches in a limited value range. It's not good at going to a max value range. It's just not. You can get 612B or whatever B, but then you got to fill in the holes of it to get it smooth. If you want a full value range, just use charcoal. And if you want a limited value range, you want to make sketches, I'm not taking a full charcoal setup with me to go make a sketch somewhere. I'm going to use graphite, right? Or if I want more of a linear thing with hatching, I'm going to use graphite. But if I want something big and I want it dark and I want it fast, don't choose graphite. It's a bad choice. If you want to get more of a sculptural feel to your drawings, closing in on the photo more and more and more by just doing a million measurements, it only works up to a certain point. And you can actually achieve a higher level of accuracy through understanding like the big characteristic shapes and ideas of things and how those ideas fit together, which I know is very abstract. But thinking of things like, oh, this guy's like the anime guy I was talking to, or giving credit to earlier, thinking of a head as someone who's very diamond shaped. Thinking of a head as somebody who's very squarish, very brutish. If you can use that type of language, those types of shapes, even if the accuracy isn't dialed in 100% to the photo, it will feel more like them than the photo even does, because that's how we perceive people. So there's a level of measuring accuracy that's very important, and a lot of you guys need to practice it out there. But some of you guys are decent at the measuring accuracy, and you can keep pushing it as far as you want. There's a lot of people out there that just push the measuring accuracy forever. But really, there's more layers to this, and I think that you can achieve more charismatic, stronger effects through thinking about not just photocopying. So that's all my thoughts on that. Show me something you've made. Is this guy talking to me? Self-certified gym bro, are you talking to me? Show me something you've made. He's trying to... What's your bench, bro? Stop giving benching advice. Yes. How'd you find this stream, buddy? How'd you get here? You, brother. Damn, dude, this guy's tough. I'm fucking shivering, man. I might piss myself. No one's ever seen... I don't really like to show my art on stream because I'm subbed. Yeah, I don't really like to show my art because it would get in the way of the critiques. That's the thing. Because, you know, people shouldn't really compare me to them, and I'm really good. I'm like the best, but I don't really like to show this stuff. It just makes everyone, you know... They shouldn't see it. I try to keep it hidden all the time. I'm not really like, I'm an art talker guy. I'm not really an art doer guy. That's the thing about me, is I like to talk about this stuff, but I don't actually like draw that often. What will be the next challenge? I don't know, actually. I haven't decided yet. That's tomorrow. See those muscles? I have hardly been to the gym in the past few months. It's pathetic. Yeah, wait, all I have to do is this. Good point. Fuck, all I have to do is this. Does that work? All right. Oh, fuck, will there be a King Arthur critique? I kind of fucked up on the 2 words day. All right, let me know when you figure out the second word. That's a lot for the gym bros, I know. The King Arthur critique I kind of fucked up on because it went too long. It got extended, and then it was supposed to be a crit first week there, but then I got slammed by a bunch of stuff, and I traveled out to Texas, so I couldn't do it that week. And then I tried to do it the week I came back from Texas from giving my presentation, and then Ramon was in Mexico. And now it's been like a month, over a month, and we only have like 5 submissions for that challenge. So I feel bad about the people there. Well, we have a few more. We got like 10. And I know some people put a lot of work into that. I do want to look at some of these. People were not excited about King Arthur because they had to read more than a paragraph. I really don't know what to do the next topic of the King Arthur one on, or the next composition challenges on. Show me a sketch. Brother! Those are sketches. Okay, ready? 5 minutes. 20 minutes. 40 minutes. It's a painting, so it takes longer. That one? 0 minutes. 0 minutes. That one? 20 hours. That one, 32 hours. Nah, those are posters. This one? This is another 0 minute one. Listen, bro. Post some sketch, certified gym bro. Post some drawings. Let's go bar for bar right now. 1v1 me. 1v1, Rust, intervention only, first to 30. Okay, last one has to be a trick shot. At least a 360. That's what I'm talking about. So I don't know what to do about the King Arthur shit. I do want to. There's a whole video on the 32-hour one. I do want to do more composition stuff, more challenge stuff. I don't know what to make the topics on because people don't like to read and people don't have a lot of experience with a lot of like classic themes, but there's not a lot of like canonized themes that everyone knows about. Like mermaids and sirens, awesome, perfect, easy. King Arthur is the best I could do, but King Arthur is a fucking mess. There's like 5 different rewrites of the story. Half of it's just like yaoi fan fiction shit. Everyone has like a completely different interpretation. Like reading some of the older ones are super complicated. Like, they're just written in like very old prose. King Arthur is a mess to understand from an outside perspective. Like if you haven't read that stuff before, which I haven't, I'm not familiar with like most classic literature. I don't come from like the artsy world. So it's kind of complicated. And there's not a lot of like super easy canonized story that like anyone can get behind. I'm sure there are, but I just don't know. Like Mermaids and Sirens is awesome. Super easy. I'm gonna draw self-certified gym bro pregnant. Maybe I'm too jacked. That's not jacked, you're just pregnant, brother. I made you pregnant. Yeah, maybe some Shakespearean stuff. We did a Romeo and Juliet one. Centaurs, please. You want the centaurs to be pregnant? I said self-certified. Is there a possibility to watch my streams later? Yeah, all my streams. If you go, it's YouTube hides it. But if you go to my YouTube channel and you click on the live tab, it's not under videos. There's another tab next to videos that says live. All my past streams are there. You can go watch any of them. So there's a bunch of crit streams you can go back to, and they all are like this, and they all have good advice. People don't know that. Guys. Do we run... What do we run? Do we run a Nubby? I haven't played Nubby in like 6 months. Do we run a high pixel build challenge? Self-certified gym bro, you have to learn how to read, dude. I know it's hard. Like I know that the weights on the gym is just numbers, so that's easy. But you got to learn how to read. Under the link, there's a paragraph that explains why the link's not working. If it's not working, you have to follow the link. It's not numbers, I know, but it's letters, and you can do it. We have a literacy crisis in this fucking country. The AI has ruined us. Guys, I had an AI Christmas, actually. I will say this story. I got covered in charcoal somehow. Oh, I went on the ground. There's a lot of charcoal on the ground. That's bad. I had a fucking AI Christmas, all right? First off, at my family Christmas gathering, on the TV, the candle, or not the candle, the fireplace that somebody put on a YouTube live stream, the fireplace on like a snowy cabin with snow outside, it was AI generated, and it was spliced with like different clips of AI generated like Christmas castles and Christmas architecture, and it was fucking horrible and disgusting. It was so ugly. And I looked one look at the TV from like across the room, and I was like, I know that lighting. I know that lighting. That is AI lighting. And I just stood in front of the TV and critiqued it for like 10 minutes. Nobody cared, too. That's the annoying thing. No one cared at all, or even understood what I was talking about. And then my niece was telling me that her ducks, they have ducks at her house, got eaten by weasels. And I was like, damn, I didn't know weasels could take out a whole duck. They're just like these little squirrel things. And she was like, yeah, they can. They like bite their necks and kill them. And she pulls up TikTok and searches on TikTok like weasels killing animals or something. And then we start watching the videos of these weasels attacking different animals. And there will be one where like there's chickens and there's like a mom chicken or whatever, a rooster. That's actually the rooster, it's not the mom chicken. They fend off the weasel and perfectly and like get him back, or the weasel gets him, or one's with like a cat, or one's with like dogs. And they're like these animal fighting videos that look super realistic, look like nighttime cameras. And after a while of watching like 5 or 10 of them, I was like, these aren't real. None of them are real. And I started to pay attention. I noticed like the AI fuzz in the dirt on the ground and like the sticks in the background. All of them were like made up. 80% of the videos that we were looking at were completely AI generated, not real videos of animal attacks. They're all, the stupid fucking Sora videos. And my niece had no idea. She would scroll to one and she'd be like, oh, look, this one's real. And I'd be like, no, it's not. And she just fundamentally didn't care. Nobody cares. That's the thing. It sucks. But it's just like everything is fake. And I was like, you can't have shit anymore. My friend got a calendar with a bunch of AI art. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. I'm not even like the biggest AI circle jerk hater. It just kind of, it bothers me. Yeah, I don't know. Just like the image gen stuff's like, there's very little upside to that. People don't care at all. The Sora animal videos are incredibly realistic. Incredibly realistic. Okay. What do we do here? Guys, I'm going to run one round. High pixel build challenge. Anyone from the stream is in here. I'm going to make... If you don't know what that is, it gives you a theme in Minecraft and you got 5 minutes to build something and a bunch of people play against each other. It's a little special Christmas treat for the gaming viewers. You guys have been begging for more Roblox videos for a while. I probably have to set up a scene for this. Let me go studio mode. Window. Minecraft. If anyone is watching and wants to join, you're welcome to join. Let me just hook up the audio. Make sure that's outputting in the right spot. There we go. You learn because it's fun, not because it's worth it to learn. It's true, and it is worth it to learn too. Okay, this is a little special treat for the gaming viewers here. How do I... Boom. Boom. I've only ever played this once. I need to figure out how to get there. Wait, what is this? Wait, /quit. Wait, I don't know how to do this. I don't want to be here. Oh wait, it worked. I don't know how to get to speed builders. I swear I was at like a different spot the other day. Fuck, I need the pro crafters here. Where's the build? Oh, build battles here. You're already connected to the server. Oh. Wait, I was in the right thing. My bad. I have played Gartic Bum. Wait, do we want to party up? Who wants to party up? Guys, my name is Fat Clouds Uri Day 4. Because 420 didn't fit. That is an ironic username. Okay? There are no fat clouds coming out every day. And there's no 420. I don't do drugs. If you wanna party up from the stream, you gotta. I'll give you 1 minute. I'm on highpixel.net. It's the most famous server in all of Minecraft. There's 50,000 people on it right now, which is insane. Holy shit, there's a trampoline. Can I get some music? I know there'll be music in game, so whatever. I'm not getting any party invites. Fat Clouds, Uri Day 4. I look like this. I look like a little twink artist boy. Okay, Rogue, my mods are coming in. The JDD Defense Force is coming in. I'll show you the lobby selector. I'm in build lobby 2. If you guys get to the build area, you got to open up the game menu and then you got to go to build battle. One of these. It's one of these, you'll find it. And then you open up the lobby selector and you go to lobby 2 and you look for this dude. I'm an isekai femboy. I don't know what any of those words mean, but that's what I am. Let's go. We got stream viewers. Let's go. Wait, can I party invite? I'm just gonna party invite. Spencer Barton. Wait, does anyone know how this fucking server works? Spencer Barton 1. Let's go. Mike Benny. Let's go. This is huge. Is this you? If you get here, I will party invite. First 5 people or whatever. It's a everyone builds their own thing, okay? Like you get the prompt, everyone builds their own thing and then you vote on the end. It's just like Roblox. Just like the speed draw game. We are in lobby 2. And give it like 30 more seconds, minute, and then we'll hit it. We're gonna do some crazy build battles here. Okay, we got corn cobble. That's corn cob. I was about to dox your real name, which would be crazy. Miss Candle, are you in the team? You always get cooked in these games, but I'm a pro builder. Miss Cobble, are you part of the team? Double squat. Wait, that's a shake. Wait, JN does MC. Crazy name, dude. That's like a YouTuber name. All right, I think we're. Oh, Miss Candle. All right, guys, we gotta run it. Oh, okay, that's Rogue. You gotta click on the party invite in the chat. This is the squad right here. All right, we're doing it. Wait, do we do teams mode? Does that mean I want to be like 1v1v1? Do we go teams? I think we go teams. I don't think it actually makes us into teams. If it does, we're fucked. So I've only ever played one round, and I got alligator and I cooked. So I think I'm gonna cook no matter what. Because there is actually a lot of like big form and painting, and I don't know, I love Minecraft building. It's like all the same stuff. Okay, we're voting. Waterfall, vending machine, limousine, lava lamp seems sick. I'm on lava lamp. Waterfall. Oh, we're duoing. My bad on the okay, we gotta go block palette. Stone. Definitely some mossy. Maybe some bricks. Wait, if you make the waterfall, I'll make like a sick pathway up to it or something. Okay. Mud bricks. Make the waterfall on like one side over here. Wait, this is so hard to collab. This is gonna be the pathway. What the hell are you doing? How do you change the whole thing? Guys, I don't know what I'm doing. I lied. Oh, we have extra time. This is not a good block palette. I'm seeing some color discontinuity. I need darker blocks. Chiseled tough bricks. Wait, this is... Oh, this is fire. This has got like a little green hue in it. Fuck the deep slate. Chiseled tough. We need cracked. Like, what games have I played? Just in general? A lot of them. Like, I'm a little bit of a gamer. Not even gonna lie, guys. Little seldom known fact about me. Oh, it just looks so bad. I'm letting you down, Sydney. I'm letting you down. The waterfall looks... Sydney's cooking. I might have talked myself up a lot. Okay. Wait, maybe we need like multiple levels of some water. Like maybe it's gotta, we gotta like half slab? Don't listen to me though. You keep cooking on your chicken. Fuck, my palette is so bad. I'm actually really not knowledgeable about all the different blocks in this game. And I'm also not that knowledgeable about color palette harmony in general. Wait, all right. We gotta get some mossy stone down. Everyone knows. Mud? Keep with the muddy mangrove. We need like a different type of dirt. Maybe, wait, maybe some lily pads? Um, I don't know what I'm doing. This is bad. You got a bad teammate. Do some slabs on the hill. All right, slabs. Why are dirt slabs not in this game? Muddy cobblestone slab. Or mossy. Feel free to help out my pathway. This song is so fire. The music in this is crazy good. Way better than Roblox. Oh, the trees. The trees. This is huge. I feel like we need a little secondary water. Mossy tile? Hello? My bad. Half of the plot is... What are you supposed to do? Guys, we got 6 minutes. I'm not a fucking wizard. This tree looks so... We need a narrative. We need a narrative. Fences. Fences add narrative. Everyone knows that. Yeah, it's like... Whoever was coming down this path was not supposed to stray off the sides. It really makes you think. And thinking's what you want to be doing. Thinking is quite good. Like, damn, like, what sort of monster should have been kept on this path? What were they trying to contain? That's when I see a fence, that's what I'm thinking of. A lantern. Sort of dark eldritch horror. Okay, lanterns can definitely go on top of fences. Oh, they have tabs that are like nice. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and it's like, where did they come from? They came from... They came from the monster den. That's over there. That's kind of fire. Wait, I have an idea. Fuck. All right, we're not dead last, but we might be close. Quick build a life-size dragon. Oh shit, I gotta vote. This one, I'm giving this a meh. All right, we get the block I select is the quality. There's poop, meh. Whoa, whoa. That's a epic. Take my upvote, sir. I don't get how people do this so fast. There's got to be some commands to like place down a lot of blocks or something. This isn't okay. I was thinking I gotta add blue glass panes. Blue glass is fire. This is just not that good of an execution of it though, but it's still okay. Oh shit. See, how is it possible to, there's gotta be some commands. That's sick. That's a waterfall right there. We might have had the smallest waterfall. See, this is the human limit of building by hand. Oh, they put ducks in it. Ducks bring it up to good. We got... I like that. I like that. I'm gonna give that a good. Oh, look at this. Quaint? I think this is a legendary. This is a legendary. It looks like some sort of monstrous monster came out and could barely be contained by the fences. Interesting use of emerald. The block's a little bit boring. No kind of monster element. Look at this, a little trade stall. I don't really... Not enough narrative. Give it an okay, though. Good idea, not enough monsters. That is a it's a flag of a country. On fire. A little spigot. This is an interesting idea. 5th place, baby. This is sick. Genuinely, I have no idea how you do this in 5 minutes. 2 people is good, but they even got a block palette, man. Look at that, they got shading. Wait, alright. We gotta run solo. Am I still in a party? / party? How do I see? Wait, / party list? Party member 6. Alright, everyone go into... I think it'll queue everyone in there. Solo mode. Yeah, alright, I put us all in here. Because I can't get dragged down by my teammate again. My teammate just didn't know all the blocks. Didn't put down a single fence. Birthday party, jellyfish, palace, star, caterpillar. I gotta vote for caterpillar. Just for the Discord moderators. Jellyfish. Okay. We need purple. Maybe some purple wool? I'm thinking like transparent too. Like definitely some yeah, magenta, purple, blue, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I don't know how to change the ground. Ingredients? Food, drinks, here. Oh. Particle selector? NPCs, plot, biome, ocean. Oh, that doesn't actually change anything. Plot floor? This is a research round. Drag a block here. Floor? Oh, let's go. Okay. Special blocks. Save loadout. Okay, you can do some crazy shit in here. We gotta get up here, though. I'm thinking like tentacle. I'm thinking I can build a full-size tentacle. Okay, all I have to do is make a perfect circle. Fuck, I have 3 minutes left. Maybe we'll scale down the tentacle a little bit. Okay, we go like... It's a little bit too abrupt. Anyone getting tentacle vibes? What do we think? Fuck. Yeah. Here we go. That's called block palette. It should be lighter on top though, shouldn't it? And then it should get darker as it comes down. God, I have 2 minutes left. The best song is on. I'm gaming. I can make anything happen. Maybe not anything. Maybe like the bare minimum. Need a light blue stained glass. Oh no. Oh no. We need chains. Waxed, oxidized chains. Nobody's using a block like this. That's what puts... I can't... I don't have... I'm not cool enough. Fuck, are you serious? I can't... What? Oh, no. Fences. It's a fence gap. This is fence gap. Nobody's gonna even think to use fences. Maybe I can put some sort of electric pulses in the water. Fuck. I need to hotkey the thing that... Is it middle mouse? Oh, let's go. Okay, we're cooked. And the worst part is they're literally screen cheating. All of my mods are screen cheating right now, and so they're copying this and making it so much cooler. I'm putting in all the work of I'm putting in all the work of design. All right, this is what's gonna win it for me though. Bear with me. Oh god, there's 15 seconds. Lightning. Lightning. The electricity. This guy copied me. Yeah, that's what I mean. They're screen cheating. Built your corn cobble. I'll give it, it's okay. No electricity. Fuck, dude. Another copycat. Another copycat. It's pretty good. I like the, oh, I forgot to vote. My bad. This one's got eyes. And it's not one of my moderators, so I'm gonna give that a good. A lot of unoriginal people. A lot of unoriginal people. I like this one. It's okay. Glowstone is a nice touch. This guy built two. I feel like he copy-pasted somehow. I feel like some people are screen cheating. What the fuck am I looking at? Somebody's inside spilled out there. You know, Eric Dogwater fits the name. Trash. Next. Next, no lightning. See, nobody has the creative mind that I have. I think of things. It's not just like, oh, a little jellyfish. It's like, what do jellyfishes do? They zap you, you know? And that takes... I like the prismarine. Boom! Maybe 5 big booms, even. Look at that. Fences, too. Eyes? Eyes kind of bump it up a notch. I don't... What are we thinking here? That's a poop quality. That's a super poop. I'm handing out the super poop. I don't like to do it often. Nice form on this one, actually. I like how it's got, like, it far extends and it's got lots of panes. I should have used more paint. It's much... What does it say? No, I was gonna give you a good score, but you had to label it. This one won? Are you serious? What is that? 11th? How many people are there in a game? Jellyfish make electricity. It's a well-known fact. All right, one more solo. One more solo. Okay, one more. One more. Wait. Party, kick, Mike Benny. Boom. You just got fucking booted. Worst performer gets kicked from the party. That's how we do it. One more. They have poison. Sorry, Jake. You guys have never been zapped, and it shows. You guys are a bunch of people talking like they've never been zapped. Barbecue? Oh, fairy. I want fairy. Am I voting on these right? Music? No one likes music. Guys, what do I make for music? I don't even know. All right. We're going to make a dude. We're going to make a dude and he's going to be open his mouth and making music with his mouth. It's going to be crazy. Okay. If you don't believe, get ready to believe. We need a big head. We should all know what heads look like at this point. Okay, and then heads are like kind of tapered. So maybe his jaw is gonna like be beefed out a couple extra blocks. Just kind of hit this abstract style at first here. Okay, here's the chin. Just trust. A lot of doubters in chat right now. This is his beautiful rosy pink cheeks. And he's got to open up his mouth. So this is going to be the mouth cavity. Probably one more block tall. Oh, I only have 3 minutes. Okay. So that's that. And then there's proportionally, we got to have a 1 block space above the mouth cavity before the nose. Okay, and then this is the nose. This might not work. You got to see the vision. This is the nose. Right? And then we'll have 2 eyeballs. Those are the eyeballs. A little bit of shadow over the brow. Noses are red. Maybe too red. Wait, I see it. I see the vision. I'm locked in. I'm locked in right now. Cheekbone. Everyone knows the cheekbone extends out further. Oh god, I'm gonna run out of time though. Cheekbone extends out and comes back. Boom. Asymmetrical. People aren't perfectly symmetrical in real life, that's the thing. Okay, and then this is his mouth. We gotta have like a big cavity in here. You guys see what I'm saying? Fuck, and we gotta have like a music note coming out. That's like the whole prompt. Shit, there's supposed to be a music note coming out. I just tried to Control Z. Guys, what does a music note look like? I'm not a music guy. I don't know how to read sheet music. Shit. Isn't it like this? But it should be like 1 block higher, right? Yeah, I think that looked better. This is just like my abstract idea of what a music note looks like. I think this is a music note. 15 seconds? I gotta finish. Lock in. Oh no. I don't know what I've done, guys. Most creative? Maybe. What's going on? It's got a big note block. Uncreative. See, I'm voting poop on anyone who just did an instrument. Pixel art? Poop. The thing is like, you guys, you have to use your hands to like play an instrument. I just make music with my... Fuck you. Fuck you, bro. Why'd you have to go first, too? We've got stream snipers, man. That was super poop. I got sniped. Fucking stream snipers. I got stream sniped. This is an exact rip. Super poop. They're sniping me, man. It looks pretty good, too. It's... Everyone's like, it's Freddie... Oh, he looks like he's... Oh, I don't know. Hey, this is creative. I don't know what the fuck's happening here, but this is creative. That's what I'm talking about. At least you got you elevated it. It's not a poop. It's a little record player. Freelo. You're a freelo, man. You got mogged by my two mods. Haktua. It's 2026, guys. Almost. This is kind of nice, actually. This person did kind of a nice job. I like the candles. I like the lecterns. I'm like a culture creator. What's this? That's a super poop. I got no idea what it is. And it's flat. If you're making something 2D in Minecraft build, what is this, bro? Super poop. This is a record player? It's a poop. I got 10th place. Can I see like the full listing somehow? Click here to watch the replay. I got stream sniped. I gotta find you freaking snipers. Oh. Where's the builder? It's not them. Okay, we're moving in 4x speed. We gotta find the stream snipers. Why is nobody building? Oh, I'm paused. That's why. I was literally I was creating culture. I was making art. Like I invented the CPU, and then like my mods are Steve Jobs. You would be nowhere without me. Loser. Oh, who's this? Who's this? This guy looks like he knows what he's doing. Oh, he doesn't. That's not me. I was just about to say super poop though. Looks like he knows what he's doing. Doing. Because it's super poop. Loser. This guy. Now this guy looks like he knows what he's doing. See how much further along he is. He knows what music notes are too? Like, people don't know about that nowadays. Where's the other one? Oh, there's 3 of them, right? Or just like half of the people AFK? Or maybe this is like a bigger arena than the... Oh, I got teleported. What's going on? What is happening? Oh, this is the judging. All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming to the Jake Don't Draw live stream experience. I've been Jake Don't Draw. And,